Hello, everybody. Welcome to the regular business meeting for the District of Squamish for Tuesday, July 15th. Holland Squalin, Quistuktumik, Squamish Okmeo. As always, we're gathered to do our work today on the traditional unceded territory of the Squamish Nation. Please be advised that this council meeting is being live streamed, recorded, and will be available to the public to view on the District of Squamish website following the meeting. If you have concerns, please notify the corporate officer present at the meeting. Could I have someone move adoption of the agenda? Moved by Councillor French, second by Councillor Hamilton. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Oh, sorry, that was an amended agenda. Just wanted to make sure that it was clear with the mover and the seconder. Yep. Okay, thank you. So first order of business, we have some delegations this evening. And first we have from Squamish Days Lager Sports Association, Jaqulin McNicol. And you can make your way up to the podium, Jaqulin. And just before we get underway here, in the past, I've declared a conflict in some matters pertaining to Squamish Days. And I've sought legal opinion on this matter to clarify if that's required, and it is not. So I would like to at this time formally retract my any conflict that I've had declared in the past on this topic. So with that, I will turn it over to Ms. McNicol.
Thank you very much, and thank you for allowing me to present to Council to request that July 31st to August 3rd be proclaimed as the Squamish Days Lager Sports Festival Week, and that the 68th Annual Squamish Days Lager Sports Festival be proclaimed an event of municipal significance. Successfully running a 100% volunteer-run festival for the past 67 years is a feat in itself, and one that could not be done without the community of Squamish. The Squamish Days Festival is run by the community, for the community, thanks to the continued volunteer support and the generosity of local businesses. Whether you're attending the festival as a local or an out-of-town visitor, the feeling and vibe in the air is often described as being back at a reunion full of family and friends. Attendees become immersed in the community of Squamish that continues to grow over time. Sorry for my nervousness. It's through this feeling that we continue to share the history and legacy of the Squamish Days Festival. Countless families and businesses that played an immense role in the first ever Squamish Days Festival are still present today in passing on their volunteer and sponsor support from one generation to next. Here's my name drop, so thank you, Armin. Families like the Herefords now have 4 generations of volunteers, which I'm proud to say is not uncommon with so many others. Even myself, who moved to Squamish in 2003, already brings 3 generations of volunteers who help with the festival annually. Our volunteers find balance in their day-to-day lives to ensure the festival is back each year. Their dedication represents how important the festival is to the community of Squamish, and that through hard work and collaboration, we can execute a 4-day event that sees upwards of 10,000 people taking part. Over the past 67 years, the festival has donated over $775,000 to local nonprofit organizations, partnering with the Squamish Elks, Howe Sound Curling Club, the Rotary Club of Squamish, Howe Sound Marine Rescue Society, and the Squamish Valley Equestrian Association, and the Royal Canadian Legion Branch 277. The donated funds extend further across the community in supporting positive initiatives. The Squamish Days Lager Sports Association, operating as a non-profit society, invests back into lager sports grounds that was transformed from undeveloped land into what it is today. As the community of Squamish continues to increase in population, the festival will also continue to be a reminder of how a once small event, made possible largely thanks to the forest industry workers and volunteers, has now transformed it into an annual community fundraiser that will continue to bring people together and build on 68 years of teamwork and vision, still supported by the same industry and so many others. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Well done. Council, do we have, so we have the request is in our agenda. Do we have any questions for our guest at this point, or does someone like to move the request? Councillor Pettingill, are you moving the request? Councillor Anderson, you seconding that? Yep. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, I'll just say, I mean, it's a huge event. I've sort of observed you herding cats for, I'd say, months of the year. And so I know the mic can be intimidating and make people nervous, but seeing what you do organizing logger sports, it's a bit of a disconnect because you're so in charge. And it's such a fantastic event and involving so many moving pieces. It's quite amazing. So I'm really looking forward to it and happy to support this resolution.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Anderson, go ahead.
Thank you. I very much appreciate Ms. McNicol's highlighting the community fundraising aspect of Squamish Days Festival. For the 6 organizations that have been mentioned as providing the core volunteer support, it is really an important funding support for their activities in the community. Going back 68 years ago, is that what it is, Ms. McNicol? In fact, the first ambulance for the Squamish community came from a donation from the first Logger Sports Day event. And in fact, the second ambulance for the community ambulance vehicle did as well. Then later, there were donations to the first seniors housing project in the early 70s. And then the Brennan Park Ice Arena and Auditorium as well got a big check from Squamish Days Logger Sports. So I think we should pause to reflect on that contribution that happens each and every year. Thank you.
Thank you. Go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw.
Yeah, I just want to say thank you to you and all your volunteers. It is just such an impressive event, and I tell everybody to check it out because it's just the athleticism is incredible, and it's just such a blast too. So thanks for all your hard work, and I look forward to attending this year too. Thanks.
Competitors, and it's going to be amazing. So please do come because Sunday is 73% sold out.
Any other comments? Seeing no other hands, I'll just say thank you, Jaqulin, for everything that you do for Squamish Days. I've been a lifelong volunteer here before I knew that I was volunteering. I just thought that's what everyone did after school, was go down and machine blocks or whatever it was that needed doing. I like the recommendation that we're considering here is recognizing the event as a event of municipal significance, and I can't think of something that better fits that description. I think of all the events that get run over the length of Squamish Days, any one of the individual events would be a big undertaking. So to pull all that together and make it happen in such a pro way with a crew of 100% volunteers is truly remarkable. So thank you for that, and I'm happy to support. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? That carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
See everyone.
Yeah, 73% sold out. Is that what you said? For Sunday already? Wow, get your tickets now. Okay, so next up we have the letter of support for TwinTalk politics and Vote 16 BC. Well, come on ahead, and we'll get you at the podium, the same spot. Yeah, at the podium here. Sorry, up. I'll look to our corporate officer to make sure we're equipped for whatever you have for us. Just give a sec. No problem. Let's make sure we get the mic going at that table for you. Great.
It's good? Oh, good.
The floor is yours. Go ahead.
Council, in 2017, 2 young boys trailed behind their immigrant mother as she stepped into a polling station. Her first time voting as a Canadian citizen. That day, they witnessed something sacred: democracy in motion. Hundreds of constituents lined up, shoulder to shoulder, bound by nothing but a single belief that their voice mattered. And so the boys stood there, eyes wide, hearts full, believing that one day they too would step behind the booth and help shape the future. And 1 year passed. Then another, then 6 more. No vote, no voice. And as you can probably guess, those two very handsome gentlemen were us. Esteemed mayor, councillors, and all those in attendance, on behalf of youth across Canada, we wanted to take a moment to thank you for this incredible opportunity to speak with you guys today. And our names are Jason and Jerry Song. And to save you all from struggle of guessing who is who, I'm Jerry, and as you guys can probably tell, the better looking one. And that's Jason, my twin. And as co-directors of Vote 16 BC, we're here to speak about an issue that we, alongside countless youth across the province, are very passionate about, which is extending the voting age to 16. I want to note that this movement far extends beyond just the two of us. From Vernon to Vancouver to Victoria, 13 municipalities and school boards across BC have already passed motions supporting the right of 16 and 17-year-olds to vote. In fact, support already spans every level, from a majority at the 2019 UBCM convention to provincially with MLA Valeriot and the BC Greens to the 77 federal MPs, including our own MP Weiler. And we're not alone on the world stage, because 17 different countries already trust 16-year-olds with a vote. So why not Canada and why not Squamish? So at this point, we know that it's possible, and we know that it's being supported locally, provincially, but also internationally. So now the question boils down to, why does this even matter? Because, Council, Vote 16 isn't just about changing a number. It's about strengthening our democracy by finally empowering youth. And make no mistake, young people are engaged right now as we speak. In fact, Elections Canada found that 16 and 17-year-olds are just as politically interested, if not more so, than today's eligible voters. So if that's true, it begs the question, why is it the case that in recent years, Canada has seen such a significant decline in youth voter turnout rates? And the answer isn't apathy, laziness, or we're just too busy scrolling on our TikToks, but rather a problem with motivation. When 16 and 17-year-olds are locked out of the democratic process and their concerns ignored by an arbitrary age limit, there's very little incentive for youth to engage or speak out on the issues that matter towards them. And importantly, this exclusion creates a vicious, self-repeating cycle where youth feel unheard, they begin to disengage, and then ironically, they're blamed for their very own silence. But you see, the youth never stopped caring. The system stopped caring about them. And this exclusion doesn't just delay their participation, it erodes it. According to Elections Canada, 16 and 17-year-olds now are less likely to believe that voting makes a difference, more likely to feel that the government doesn't care about what they think, and less inclined to vote later in life. This arbitrary line doesn't protect democracy, it completely erases its future. And that's why we must rethink the system itself. And today, we're here to outline some structural reasons why we should extend the voting age to 16. Firstly, 16-year-olds are equal to adults in terms of mental maturity. And you don't really need to believe us. Believe science. Dr. Steinberg, a world-leading expert in adolescence, found that by age 16, maturity and judgment needed to vote are already fully developed. In fact, if you think about it, our government already implicitly agrees that 16-year-olds are competent. At 16, if you can drive, marry, pay taxes, be tried and as an adult, and even vote in party leadership races at 14 and sometimes even 12 years old, you can vote. But secondly, on just an intuitive level, I think it just makes sense. Wouldn't we all agree that people should have a say in things that just affect them? Well, issues like student loans will impact us the most. Climate change will impact us the most. The housing epidemic and the evolving job market aren't just some distant issues for youth. There are our daily lived realities. And I think it's only fair that those most affected, at the very least, have a voice in the decisions that disproportionately affect their lives. But thirdly, it's not only about youth, because lowering the voting age to 16 strengthens democracy by boosting voter turnout. Take Tacoma Park, Maryland as a case study, where the voting age became 16. Turnout among under 18-year-old voters was four times higher than any other voting group. And lastly, we want to talk about fostering long-term voters. So you might ask, why lower the voting age when, many 18-year-olds aren't even voting right now? Why will 16-year-olds and 17-year-olds just suddenly pop out and start voting? And the answer lies in the first vote effect. Those who cast a ballot in their first legible election are dramatically more likely to become lifelong voters. At 16, youth are grounded in their communities, understand local issues, and have the support networks that makes voting conversations easier. Contrast that with 18-year-olds. Many are in transition, away from home, disconnected, and exponentially less likely to vote in that first election. Then the second, and with it, the habit of voting for life. To close, we're here today to request your support. Alongside thousands of Canadians, young and old, we hope the Squamish City Council will join the 13 other BC municipalities and school boards in endorsing Vote 16 and send a letter of endorsement to the Premier and the Minister of Municipal Affairs. Because although youth may only be 30% of our current demographic, they are 100% of our future. So please, Council, don't let a policy of our past dictate our future. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, questions for our guests? We also have the recommendation in the in our agenda package if someone's ready to go there. Go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw.
Oh, I just wanted to move the recommendation.
I had to see Councillor Stoner's hand up. I just wanted to see, Councillor Stoner, did you have a question before in advance of that?
I did have a quick question. Thanks so much for the presentation. My question was just with regards to the resolution that's before us, is specifically around the work that's being done in BC right now. My understanding is that there's also a federal bill that's pushing for this. And I just was wondering if you could reflect on the timeline of that work and if some support in that federal component would also be helpful.
So as we clarified in our presentation, support ranges in every level of government, specifically federally. In the previous sitting, it was a bill, private member's bill, which is Bill C-210, brought up by previous NDP member of Parliament Taylor Backrack, Bill C-210, which he proposed extending the voting right to 16 and 17-year-olds. Unfortunately, I'm pretty sure that one unfortunately got knocked down in second reading. So unfortunately, it did not pass through. However, also on the federal side, there's been huge support in the Senate. So Senator McFedrin, who has been a huge backbone and huge supporter of Vote 16 throughout her entire career, has pushed so many private members' bills as well in the Senate, whether that's Bill S-209 all the way back in 2019, which reached the committee stage, to more recently Bill S-201 in the previous sitting, which reached second committee and was just narrowly defeated. And now she also just proposed Bill S-222, which again proposes to do the same thing. So we're definitely seeing a huge amount of support on the federal stage.
Okay. So I think that at the core of that question was also that in the recommendation, it says, request the mayor write a letter of support to lower the voting age to 16 in British Columbia. And my question was going to be to who? So thank you. You clarified that in your presentation. But would a letter, would that letter be best served to speak to the federal as well? It seems limiting that way. And that was the question that I believe Councillor Stoner was getting at. Could you speak to the importance of a letter specifically to the province versus something that could be used for both?
Yeah, I definitely think that if it is a case, we can definitely send it both ways. But in just the context of why we're specifically sending it towards BC is we wanted to start voting and lowering the voting age at all levels of government. So this begins with city elections, municipal elections, and that's under the jurisdiction of the provincial government. And the provincial government right now, as we speak, is hosting, they have a special committee on democratic and electoral reform who is currently looking at this issue. So we're just hoping to garner as much support as possible to really push the idea and just lowering the voting age in BC specifically, so the provincial government can endorse it and hopefully work towards lowering the voting age at a municipal level first in BC, and then see if it is successful, if youth feel engaged, if there's a lot of youth voter turnout, then work provincially and then federally.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense. Councillor Greenlaw, I'll go back to, I think we're ready for your motion. Go ahead. Are you moving the recommendation?
I'll move the recommendation.
Councillor French seconds. Would you like to speak to it?
Yeah, I would. I'm happy to support this. Reducing the voting age to 16 was something that I advocated for in the last federal election. So I'm happy to support it. It is critical for us to engage more of the youth. Because as you say, like there is a lot of apathy out there right now because they're disaffected. They feel like nobody's listening because frankly, nobody is. So happy to support this motion. Thanks for all your hard work.
Go ahead, Councillor French, then Pettingill.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Herford. As the parent of two 20-somethings who absolutely would have voted at the ages of 16 if they had had the opportunity, I fully support this. And much like your mother, this father dragged those two children to every polling booth, municipal, provincial, federal. They watched the process from the age of being old enough to understand what was going on in those polling stations right up to the point where they moved out of my house and are now independent 20-something voters who passionately engage in the process. So I fully support what you're up to and support the mayor writing the letter.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I also support this. I did have a look at the UBCM resolutions and see the one from 2019, which the delegation supported youth voting at the municipal level. The provincial response was not super inspiring because it talks about all the analysis and things that had to be looked at, which seemed a little bit excessive to me. But I'm glad to hear that the province is actually studying this and moving forward. And so happy to provide that extra kick of support. Thank you.
Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. I mean, as much as 18 is an arbitrary line, 16 is too. But it's a better arbitrary line. And my primary motivation for believing it's a better arbitrary line is that we're able to capture voters while they're still in high school so that that component of actually engaging in the political process within a supported educational environment can take place, at least for half of the students, because we'll only catch half of them. But anyways, thank you very much for coming. And yes, I absolutely support the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, fully support the motion that's on the floor and the work that's been presented to us this evening. Thank you so much for your presentation, for being here in person, even though I can't be there with you this evening, and for all the work that you're doing on advocating for this really critically important campaign. There's so many things that you said in your presentation that stick with me, and I am not going to reiterate them all, but the folks that are 16 and 17 now are 100% of our future. And for that reason alone, they should have a voice when it's time to vote. And so 100% support this and look forward to finding other avenues that we can make sure the province hears how important this is. Thanks for your work.
Thank you. Happy to support. This makes a lot of sense. Some of the work I get to do is with our local youth council. When I think about how engaged, articulate, and thoughtful those folks are, and it makes me one have faith in the future. We're going to be okay. There's some bright minds coming, but also they're here now, and I think it's important that we find ways to listen, to give them a voice to listen. So happy to support this, and thank you so much for coming and speaking with us here, and for all the work that you're doing to advocate for this change. I think it's really important, and you are making an impact, even if we haven't been able to move the needle on the issue. Or get it across the line, at least. I think we're moving the needle. Maybe that's a better way to phrase that. So thank you so much. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much.
So much.
Okay, Council. Next up, we have a proclamation request for National Drowning Prevention Week. Perfect.
Hi. Thank you for inviting me and offering me a little bit of your time. I come to you wearing 3 hats today. So my first hat is as a national trainer for the Lifesaving Society BC and Yukon branch, and they are the impetus of this request. Second hat is I work at the rec center, and my job is to champion the lifeguards who teach our whole community how to be safe in, on, and around the water. And the third hat is as a citizen who out recreating at Alice Lake, Brome Lake, Howe Sound, Mamquam River, habitually end up soaking wet, rescuing someone. And I would like to not do that because it's a long walk home with wet shoes. So what my ask is on behalf of the Lifesaving Society is to proclaim July 20th to 26th as the National Drowning Prevention Week. And the Lifesaving Society chooses to run the campaign the third week of July each year because July, unfortunately, is the month with the highest drowning rate. In Canada, over 450 people drown each year, and tragically this year in BC, already 20 people have drowned, BC and Yukon. So we have work to do. The prevention does begin with awareness, and that's the main focus of the Lifesaving Society's campaign, is to just have people aware of what can go wrong. Risk factors: if you're under 14 years of age, your greatest risk factor is being unsupervised, being alone, or playing with other children at the time of your drowning. If you're over 15 years of age, your greatest risk is not wearing a life jacket. So both of those are things we could solve, and it just takes awareness for us to get there. This year's theme is #SaferTogether. And so it's a powerful reminder that drowning prevention is a shared responsibility that all of us can take on. The proclamations are happening in many cities, towns, and municipalities, and it just reflects a united commitment to water safety. So beyond this proclamation, the other thing I would encourage you to do is next week is wear blue. Venues such as BC Place, the BC Legislature, on July 25th will all be lit up blue because July 25th happens to be the World Drowning Prevention Day. And in the world, it's about 300,000 people a year who drown. It is the third leading cause of death in children under the age of 14 globally. So I'm a little impassioned about this one, but thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for coming to see us. Thank you for your time and the many hats that you wear. Council, do we have any questions for our guests? Or we do have the recommendation as well. We're ready for that. Moved by Councillor French, second by Councillor Pettingill. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor French?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Herford. My first real job was lifeguard swimming instructor 1 for the District of Squamish in 1984, 85. So I too am pretty passionate about learning to swim and being aware around water. So I fully endorse declaring the Drowning Prevention Week for July 20th to 26th.
Thank you. Any other comments? Go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw.
Oh, I just want to say happy to support. I'm pretty sure I saw you teaching lifeguarding yesterday at the pool when I was there with my daughter. And I grew up with a pool in our backyard. So that kind of consciousness of the safety around water is just incredibly important. I've seen kids almost drown in our pool too, right? It's just really important, a very important education piece. So I just wanted to thank you for the work that you do in the community, and thank you for this advocacy. Thank you.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just sort of reflecting on all the work we're doing to open up and increase access to the water, not always as quickly as people would like in all cases, but we've been really working hard on that as a community, and we're starting to see that happen. But making sure that people are aware of how to stay safe in that context, I think, is becoming increasingly important. It's already a lot of rivers and water access here, so it's already something to think about and becoming more so. So thank you for all your work here.
Thank you. Other comments? Just speaking in support, I think this is just so important. I know that Squamish is full of places where people take what they feel are calculated risks, and I feel like this particular category is people are taking risks and they don't even know that they are. So I think anything we can do to provide some awareness there is totally worthwhile. And thank you so much for all the work that you do, both in a professional sense and apparently while you're out in the wild at the beaches and around town. So very happy to support. Thank you. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Okay, so next on the agenda, we have is unscheduled public attendance. This is where if anyone has a matter that they wish to get before council before our next, that's emergent in nature and needs to be addressed before the next meeting, this would be your opportunity to step forward. And I see we have someone stepping forward already. We've changed the process with this in the last what, 12 months or something. So I'll just quickly run through the process for this section. So what we'll do is we'll have you state your name and the topic and why it's urgent. And then council gets to discuss voting more on it. And if supported by council, then you'll have 5 minutes to address the speaker. So the first, or to speak, sorry. And you will have, so the first part is just name, topic, and why you feel it's urgent.
Just to clarify, would I be speaking now?
And now is the opportunity to do that. So we need your name, topic, why it's urgent, then we'll debate, then council will debate whether they support hearing more about it. Then if supported, you'll have 5 minutes to address council.
Okay, that's
So
great.
I'll turn over to you. Go ahead.
Okay, I was hoping for a few minutes to actually prepare. So my name's Tracy Saxby. I live here in Squamish. I am the Executive Director of My Sea to Sky. I am hoping to speak to the item that is in the consent agenda, Section E, related to the temporary use permit for wood fibre LNG's 2 flotels. The reason that this is urgent is because we have been advocating for wood fibre LNG to release the dam breach safety studies that were supposedly done in 2022. We have learned that there is now another memo that has just been completed in 2025. We don't believe that staff considered this memo in their recommendation to council that a hazard assessment is not required for the second flotel. And for both of the flotels. We do believe very strongly that the risk of Henriette Lake Dam breaching and causing a debris flow is a severe risk to the 1,300 workers that will be living on these 2 flotels at the wood fibre site. And we urge council again to reconsider the motion that is before them this evening and to require that a complete hazard assessment be done.
Okay, thank you. It was a bit longer why it's urgent, the section then, but it's okay. These processes are challenging to operate within. So council, we now need to debate whether we hear more on this topic or not. Councillor French.
Yeah, I'll move to hear more from Ms. Saxby.
Thank you. Is there a seconder? Second by Councillor Greenlaw. Great. Any comments on this either way? Okay. I will call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. So now this part I'm going to time. You have 5 minutes to address council. We gave you a couple-minute head start there, I think. So the floor is yours.
Okay, so as I mentioned, we're very concerned about the safety of workers located on the 2 flotels that wood fibre LNG is currently using one of them to house 650 workers. I want to highlight that wood fibre LNG has been operating without a permit for over a year now. And we believe that they are putting those 650 workers at risk. With the addition of a second flotel, that brings that number to 1,300 workers. So we have been advocating to access the dam safety report that was conducted by Northwest Hydraulic Consultants in 2022. The District of Squamish has denied our FOI request to release that. However, they have been working with wood fibre LNG to provide a study. We learned today that there is a second memorandum that is included in the environmental assessment application by wood fibre LNG, report supposedly by the same consultant. This memorandum was published in May 2025. So we believe that the District of Squamish staff, when they made the recommendation to the District of Squamish that no assessment or hazard assessment is required, that they were relying on the 2022 study and not the 2025 report. We also have concerns about this 2025 memorandum. So to be clear, there's 2 documents. There's the original report, from 2022, and now there's this memorandum from 2025. Today, we were given access to, supposedly, this 2025 memorandum. However, when you look at this memorandum, it appears to be incomplete. There is no information related to who actually wrote it. And when you look at the document information, it was written by Vrish Prahalad, who is currently a Woodfibre LNG employee. So we reached out to a consultant. He is a, I don't know exactly what it stands for, but it's a PGO. He is an expert in this, and he sent through a number of comments related to the memorandum that was provided. I did also send other documents to the District of Squamish earlier today. I don't know if Council has had the time to review them or not. And I request Council to consider that you really should read all of the documents that we sent to you and the information that we provided this afternoon. So given that you may not have seen these, I'm going to read out Graham Parkinson's informal comments in response to the 2025 memorandum. The memorandum you attached appears to have been written by Woodfibre LNG staff and does not provide any new information and is not a new study. It is not a wave modelling study of any kind, nor is it a sealed, stamped professional document. It appears to simply be a Woodfibre LNG crafted summary of material interpreted from their original NHC 2022 report, River Modelling, a HEC RAS model, which was unwisely extrapolated out into the area of the Woodfibre foreshore. Typical models are not dynamic wave models like you would use in the ocean. HEC RAS is primarily a river flow model that predicts rise in quasi-steady state river flows. It can model shallow water transients, i.e. time varying flow rates in each river reach in 1D, 2D, but does not actually model wave behavior, and thus is not an appropriate model to use in predicting impact water wave height. It is not clear if the NHC study included any transient wave behaviour modelling to support their assertions about no significant result wave height at the two flotel locations. Even if they did, it is not clear if HEC RAS's transient modelling, if included, would be at all valid for ocean waves. That said, the NHC study appears to probably be valid for dam breach water heights in the creek, but as you say, leaves out effects of debris flow factors which can compound flow heights and impacts, but is likely completely inappropriate for modelling or extrapolating impact generated waves on the ocean surface. It is somewhat laughable to conclude that the NHC predicted 10 metre to 15 metre high flood wave in the creek from a dam breach hitting the intertidal and would somehow magically attenuate into only a half-metre wave within a short distance at the flotel. Number 2. This prediction sounds like a junior engineer at NHC believing that something is right because the model shows it, without checking the model result against the literature of observed impact waves and simply writing up the conclusion as no significant wave activity. A famous person once said that all models are wrong, some are useful. The HEC RAS model is not useful for extrapolating impact waves in the ocean. There are many models and analytical methods that are. I have supervised the use of these, of some of these methods in forecasting impact wave heights caused by landslides and avalanches into lakes and tailings ponds. Modelling impact waves actually requires techniques like finite element modelling embedded in computation fluid dynamic modelling software, such as Flow 3D Hydro, Tsunami 3D, or OpenFoam. However, there are simplified analytical models based on empirical experiments that work reasonably well to estimate impact waves based on the velocity and mass impacting a water surface, such as the ocean foreshore at the mouth of Woodfibre Creek. The NHC's model indicates we'll experience a 10 metre to 15 metre down breach flow travelling at high speeds.
You've hit, you're over your 5 minutes. If you want to just do a conclusion, I'll allow time for that, and then we'll get.
So there's unsupported assertions. There's no evidence. It's worth noting that a debris flow can significantly amplify impact wave effects. And in order to perform an actual professional review and render an opinion, it will be necessary to obtain the actual full text of the NHC study, and that's the 2022 study.
Okay, thank you very much for your submission. Council, we've had a request for something that appears later in the agenda, in our consent agenda. And I did just want to caution Council that in our procedure bylaw, we have the good guidance that unscheduled public attendance or matters that emerge from unscheduled public attendance should be declined by Council at their discretion, or if the matter is and most importantly, related to a request under the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act. So just caution council that we have that piece here. Do we have any discussion on what we've heard? I feel like where we're going to run into this topic is consent agenda. If someone it feels likely that may be appropriate to pull that piece to have a discussion there. But does anyone have any discussion or anything at this point in time? Okay, thank you very much for your submission, Ms. Saxby, and we'll grapple with that when we get to that point in the agenda.
Appreciate it.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else that has a matter for unscheduled public attendance? Step on up. And I gave the briefing. You're good on the process?
It's okay.
Okay, the floor is yours. Go ahead.
My name is Maria. I live in the Garibaldi Highlands. I'm here today to request an audience at today's council meeting to bring attention to the ongoing safety and health issues to visitors in the neighboring community at 2605 The Boulevard, also known as Threshers or Questgate Pole. This includes fire, drugs, and alcohol. I've sent numerous emails and some stuff was done, but pretty well nothing is done. So I want to.
Okay.
Can't see anything.
So part of this is could you speak briefly just to why the matter is urgent? I'd be happy.
Well, we just recently had fires, and I don't like having fires below my house. I don't like walking down there, seeing needles, pills, and who knows what.
Okay.
So
thank you. Fire season works.
Yeah.
Works, I think, for this. So, Council, would you like to, similar to the last one, would we like to hear about this at this point in time? Be looking for a mover. So Councillor Greenlaw moves, Councillor Hamilton seconds. Go ahead. You have 5 minutes to address council.
Okay, can we just pass this on?
Oh, sorry. 1 second. Sorry. One second.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm already a little frazzled. So it's been moved and seconded. We do need to vote on it. If successful, then you'll have 5 minutes to address council. The voting is the important part, of course. So council, all in favor? And that's unanimous. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councillor French, for the catch. Over to you. You have 5 minutes to address council.
Okay, I will start with notes from the email that I sent to the district October 24th, 2019, 5.5 years ago, regarding those pictures. It has been 5 years since the skate park under the bridge was approved. Unfortunately, drinking alcohol, smoking cigarettes, pots, fire pits, the problem seems ongoing. Over the years, I've taken videos and pictures. I attached some of them. Cleanup was done by neighbors sometimes to look a little bit better, but it has really gotten worse. I remember clearly that the Squamish district took over the responsibilities from the Skateboard Mason Association and said that they would take care of it. The sign on the park looks pathetic. It cannot even be read. It needs to be cleaned up. I'm asking you that the park is maintained on a regular basis and the rule sign is kept readable. Right now, the signage cannot even be read. Okay, so that was the first email, and it was cleaned up at that point. And but that was pretty well it. And then 3 years later, I wrote another email, and sorry. So the district actually picked up garbage in the garbage can above. They took care of the toilet up there, but below nothing was done. So in October 2022, I sent an email again reminding the district that this needs taken care of. The sign had been removed 3 years earlier when I complained, has never returned. Without the signage, there's no emergency address, no emergency number, no maintenance contacts, no rules, no regulations, no number of for any complaints, nothing. This sign has to this day not returned. I also asked that the RCMP walk through and do walkthrough on weekends, and that there are special, and I recommended special no fire, no smoking signs on higher level where they cannot damage it. So this is why I'm here today in this chamber in front of council. The neighborhood is in constant danger about the fires, the campfires and the burning cigarettes in the skate ball. We are all sure got a taste of what it's like. The place is a mess. Alcohol bottles, cans, cigarette butts, vapors, needles, drugs, pills, fireworks, splatter, smears of blood on the ball, which is really health risk, empty food containers for the animals to be drawn to. You as the district have not been able to keep the skate park clean and safe, not for the neighborhood and not for the children and the youth that hang out there. You have not been able to replace the rule sign of the skateball in 5.5 years, and these rules and signs were a big part of the agreement to get the illegal park approved. Well, that says it all. If you, the district, is not capable to hold up to the commitments to this park, then it's time to shut it down. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much for your submission. Thank you for your submission, and the photos are making the rounds here. Council, any questions for our guests? Councillor Anderson.
Yes, Ms. Peterson, did you mention that you have spoken to a group or a group of representatives of the skateboarding activity? Is there such a group to your knowledge, and have you had any kind of regular contact people that you've made liaison with?
They're not there anymore. They're probably somewhere else where they can do what they want. They obviously realized it's not going to be a hangout where they can have fun. So I see the occasional kids down there. I see people down there who are very upset if it doesn't work out what they're doing. And all I hear is the F word all day long when he falls. And yeah, and then the nightly fires. Oh, sure.
Sorry, I'm going to help answer this question. My name is Lindsay Morris. I live at 40403 Perth Drive on Garibaldi Highlands. Michael, who owns Stentwood, who was the original operator and developer of this project illegally, has since moved and relinquished it. Originally, this was supposed to be a hangout for the more advanced skateboarders. We had several more advanced skateboarders from outside the community say that it was not suitable for younger children. When it became public, because of residents exposing it, they, after their 1-year commitment, gave it back to the district, and of course, all have ceased to remain in the community using it.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? I'm not seeing any other hands here. I'm just trying to think of a way to, the best way to address or to advance this. And yeah, I think what we'd, Councillor Hamilton,
I'd like to propose a motion that staff prepare a memo on the status and state of this skateboard park within the context of our other parks.
okay, seconded by Councillor Greenlaw. Go ahead, you'd like to speak to it?
Thanks very much for bringing this to our attention. It's obviously managing a small city, a town the size of Squamish, requires time, resource, and attention. Sometimes things like this may fall through the cracks. Sometimes it requires additional resources. And it's important for us to understand from a broad perspective, in all of our parks, which ones require the most attention. And this may in fact be the one. And that's why this motion is speaking to asking staff to review this park in the context of the needs of all of our parks in Squamish. So
this portion is council debating with themselves. I know that feels odd sometimes, but
I'll just emphasize, I apologize. I was speaking to you when I was responding to the motion, which also made you feel that way.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? I'll go to Councillor Pettingill, then Anderson.
Yeah, I think, one thing my colleague, so I guess I'm sort of wanting to understand this in the context of our parks. I would like to, and also I am aware of some of the history here. There's a long history and significantly different perspectives. So I'd want to make sure that whatever information comes to us is holistic. And so that's where I just haven't quite wrapped my head around. I don't want to, I want to be cautious about dictating what could be a significant project to gather all the information I would require, sort of without considering where we are on our other parks and so on. So I'm sort of concerned how we manage the scope of this ask. I don't want to disregard some of the concerns.
Could we get could we share the resolution? I don't know if we have that technology. If that, I'm not too sure if that's a question to staff or to Councillor Hamilton, depending on where we are with that.
If you'd prefer, I can restate it, but hearing it from what you have in the minutes would be valuable to me as well.
If you could give me 3 minutes, I can pop it up onto the screen.
Okay, so let's go around with we'll go for some more comments here, but I would like to make sure that we understand the exact wording of what we're debating. So thank you. So Councillor Penning, I'll give you another opportunity if you need it when we have it up. We have a new technology we're going to debut here in approximately 3 minutes. Councillor Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Herford. The risk of fire and the issue of wildlife attractants has popped out to my attention. Of course, it's been a persistent concern within the neighborhood for a lengthy period of time, and I'm sympathetic to the frustration that neighbors feel. However, this is a matter which the establishment of the skateboard facility occurred within the term of the second to last council. And what I will appreciate, and why I will support Councillor Hamilton's motion, is that I will appreciate this council being reminded or updated regarding the reports that came to council at that time, because I do believe that council did address this matter of the establishment of the skateboard park. And any property information and any bylaw department information would be appreciated as well. So I will support the motion because I'm interested in a report to refresh this present council's information status or regarding this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. So council, if I draw your attention to the screens, we have a new capability here, and this is does this accurately reflect your motion? So, yeah. Okay. So this is the motion that we're debating at the moment. And I'm speaking supportive of the motion, I think, and thank you for bringing this forward. As Councillor Anderson states, I've been an elected official since 2018. I don't recall dealing with this matter coming to council. So thank you for bringing this forward, and this will better equip us to understand what is happening there and what should or shouldn't be happening there, and then and subsequent next steps. So, and I also appreciate, and I think it's important to point out that it doesn't have a timeline associated with it, because there's a lot of moving pieces, but this, if it passes, and it sounds like it will set us up to be able to address this in more fulsomely in the next time it comes to us with some more information. So thank you very much for that. I'll go back around just to see if there's any. Oh, yeah, Councillor Stoner, go ahead.
Just like to propose a minor amendment for clarity, which would be to add the Garibaldi Highlands before skate park.
Okay, and Councillor Hamilton seconding your amendment.
I think that's fairly straightforward if I can speak to it. We have multiple skate parks in town, so
yeah,
for reference. Thanks.
No, that makes sense. You can try, Councillor Penning.
My understanding is this is often, I think, referred as the Masheter Skate Park, and so I think there's a skate park up near the university and stuff. So I just, if clarity is the goal, I think that is what this is known as.
How about this as presented here? Councillor, does this address your concern? Yeah. Okay. So this vote is on the amendment. Okay. On the amendment, all in favor? Any opposed? None. Motion carries. So now we're back to the main motion as amended. Any other comments on this? Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I'm still a little bit torn that because, you know, from time to time we hear correspondence about other parks and concerns about fire and stuff. And so like pulling out this one thing for a memo that only focuses on this one with all the balancing we do is a little bit challenging. And so I guess I'm trying to contemplate if there's a way that sort of can consider this, but in the sort of context of park use and especially fire-related park use and so on. I guess that's where I'm sort of struggling a little bit.
Yeah, I think that the open timeline gets me across the line there. And also, it's not clear to me if it's a park. I get that it's a skate park, but the actual status of it, I think, is important as well to figure out which process it should be a part of as we arrive at those decisions. So did I see Councillor Stoner, was that a hand? No. Okay, so I'm going to call the question on the amended motion. All in favor and opposed? Motion carries. Thank you so much. Okay, so now we are on to development permit number DP 625 for 38006 Cleveland Avenue. And as staff are getting ready, I have a bit of a script to run through here. So the proponent and members of the public will be given the opportunity to be heard with respect to council's consideration of development permit number DP 625 for 38006 Cleveland Avenue. The proposed variances to the District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200/2017 are outlined in the development variance permit included as part of the agenda and available on the district website. Members of the public are reminded that you may only speak to the proposed variances. So first we'll go to staff for presentation, and then we'll open it up for comment from the public. So over to you.
Thank you, Mayor Hereford. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Daly, planner with Community Development. I'm here tonight to present a development permit application at 38006 Cleveland Avenue. Subject property is located on the northeast corner of Cleveland Avenue and Victoria Street in downtown Squamish and is currently a vacant lot. This DP application seeks to establish the form and character of a 6-story mixed-use building. The proposed development has a floor area ratio of 2.25 and proposes 1,253 square meters of gross floor area. Project meets the 30% employment space requirement in the C4 zone. The residential unit mix consists of 15 studio, 4 one-bedroom, and 1 2-bedroom unit. The unit mix is tailored to and fits the small lot characteristics of the property. The proposed development would consist of 218 square meters of ground floor retail, 158 square meters of office space on the 2nd and 3rd stories, and 20 residential units on the 3rd to 6th stories. All of the residential units will be secured as market rental. Common outdoor amenity space is provided on the 5th and 6th floors, with a covered portion of the outdoor amenity space on the 6th floor. Indoor amenity space is not required because only 20 units are proposed, and therefore this requirement is not triggered. The application meets the requirements of the C4 zone. Building height is 19.77 meters and is compliant with the required upper story setbacks from Cleveland Avenue. Staff note that this area of downtown was subject to the 2023 viewscape study. This specific lot was not identified as impeding a significant view, and therefore this DP was not subject to a view analysis. The building does not meet the parking requirements. A variance to the required parking is requested so that no off-street parking spaces are required or provided. The required parking for this development is 28 stalls, 20 for the residential units and 8 for the non-residential uses. As just mentioned, this application is seeking 2 variances to the zoning bylaw to allow cash in lieu for all 8 of the required off-street commercial parking stalls and a reduction in the off-street residential parking spaces from 20 spaces to 0 spaces. The variances are requested in order to maximize the number of rental units and employment space the project can deliver. Providing off-street parking spaces would significantly reduce the area available on the ground floor for employment space. And given that 8 off-street parking spaces are required if the project is meeting the 30% employment space requirement in the C4 zone, it is not feasible to provide off-street parking for the commercial space or residential units without trade-offs that would require variances to other aspects of the zoning. The applicant has noted that reducing the number of residential units would not make this project financially viable. The cash in lieu amount for the 8 commercial parking stalls would be $240,000. Staff are supportive of the variance requests, given the following factors. There are limited opportunities for vehicle access in this location, with the only option being from Loggers Lane, as the active transportation improvements on Victoria Street would not allow for driveway access from that frontage. Given the limited width of the road right-of-way on Loggers Lane, and that it is the designated truck route, engineering principles support limiting vehicle access to Loggers Lane from such properties. The residential units in this project would be secured as 100% market rental, and the project is meeting the employment space, the 30% employment space requirement of the C4 zone. The development of the current Cleveland specific setbacks and densities in C4 were meant to retain small lot redevelopment and an active and varied streetscape. Since its adoption in 2018, there's been limited redevelopment in this area, with the constraints on the small lots being specifically cited as the main factor. The property is located in the downtown core, one of the most walkable locations in Squamish. It is 300 meters from the downtown transit exchange, approximately 600 meters from a full-service grocery store, and approximately 100 meters from Stan Clark Park, and is adjacent to the commercial businesses on Cleveland Avenue. The developer is also committed to provide a financial contribution to Moto Car Share Cooperative to secure car share membership for each residential unit, reducing the financial burden to using car share services downtown. This development permit was presented at the March 20th, April 17th, and May 15th, 2025 ADP meetings. ADP reviewed the project and provided the recommendations shown on this slide. Staff believe that the applicant's response to the comments are sufficient and consistent with the DPA 3 and 5 guidelines. To inform the community per policy, the project was posted to the district's development showcase, and a development sign has been posted at the site. Variance notification was delivered to properties within 100 meters. 3 comments were received. 2 were not supportive of the variance request, while the other comment was supportive of the project. Given that the proposal meets the DPA 3 and DPA 5 guidelines, staff recommend approval of DP 625 and the requested variance, subject to the conditions noted on the slide, which include the registration of a flood covenant, the registration of a covenant for protection of wildfire hazard, a covenant that secures no natural gas provided or permitted in the building, a covenant to secure a mural on the north elevation of the building, a covenant to secure the housing agreement to secure the units as market rental, and a commitment for a financial contribution to the Moto Car Share to secure car share membership for each residential unit. And the other motion associated with this recommendation is that the cash in lieu for the commercial parking stalls be allocated to the alternative forms of transportation reserve. That concludes my presentation. I'm happy to take questions.
Thank you. Council, questions? So before we open it to the public or the proponent to speak to it, Council will be given the opportunity to ask clarifying questions. Go ahead, Councillor French.
Thanks, Mayor. There are 2 common amenity areas, 6th floor and 5th floor. It looks to me like they are both available for use by everybody in the building. I'm looking for confirmation of that and that it's not like a restricted use situation for either one or both of those common areas.
Through the mayor, that's correct. There's no restriction. It's open for all of the residents.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you, through the chair. Thanks to staff for the presentation. You mentioned in your presentation as well as in the report to council that indoor amenity space is not required at 20 units. Can you remind me what the threshold is for requiring indoor shared amenity space?
Through the mayor, it is over 20 units.
Okay, thank you. And then I appreciate that there's been an addition of some proposed car share incentives. But I am curious, what other elements are being provided here in order to actually support the significant reduction in parking here. So off-street, like easy access for off-street loading? Are there end of trip facilities for bikes, for the commercial and retail and office space? Like, what is the vision for this package at 0 parking stalls, given that we don't have a functioning parking system on our streets?
Through the mayor, so there is end of trip facilities provided. There is bicycle storage provided for the residential units as well as the commercial units. They're in discussions with engineering. They were supportive of a on-street loading space in front of the development. So that would allow folks to still, load and unload in front of the project. The applicants have proposed to buy out all of the commercial parking spaces as opposed to requesting just a straight variance. So they are still providing the required cash in lieu for commercial, which at the amount required in that bylaw. So those are what has been offered by, as well as the Moto car share commitments. So they make a financial contribution to Moto so that residents in the building have less of a financial burden to use the car share service in downtown. So that is what is being offered by the applicant.
Okay, it's helpful to think of it in that way. Thank you. On some of the details for the DPA guidelines, especially DPA 3, guideline 36.14D is evaluated as only partially meeting the guideline, and this is around overhead weather protection for outdoor amenity space. Can you clarify why there isn't any covered outdoor amenity space, especially given that there's no indoor amenity space being provided?
Through the mayor, that was an error in the initial drafting of the report on my part. Likely because, so that was a comment that was noted by ADP and has been addressed by the applicant. There is covered outdoor space on the uppermost story on that portion of the outdoor amenity space. It couldn't be provided on the lower story because it wouldn't meet the upper story setbacks in the C4 zone. So there is covered amenity space on the 6th story.
Okay, thanks for that clarification. And then to DPA 5 guidelines, all the guidelines under 38.8 Cleveland character are listed as not applicable. And can you just speak to why that would be, given that this is on Cleveland?
I can. Again, that was my error, and it was updated late, so it was handed out in the blue package here. So those guidelines are met. That was an error in the drafting of the report.
Thanks. I'll refresh my agenda accordingly. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'll come back to you later, Councillor Stoner, after you've had opportunity to do that. Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just picking up where Councillor Stoner left off, I noticed the change from not applicable to, I can't remember the term, it meets guideline, but 38.8A I talks about stepping back after 2 stories from Cleveland, which it doesn't actually, from the renderings we have, doesn't seem to be what's proposed. And so that one doesn't actually seem like it's meeting the guidelines. So I'm just wondering if staff can explain that.
Through the mayor, this is consistent with the upper story setback requirements that live in the C4 zone. So that might be slight discrepancy between the DPA guideline and this upper story setback. Sorry, that's correct. The building itself is set back from Cleveland on the ground floor. So the first 2 stories are in fact set back. It's not built to 0 lot line, which might be kind of hard to see on the drawings.
Okay, and then the other piece, and this is more 3810, which is all about corner plazas. Our OCP seems to, identify that Cleveland Victoria corner as a particularly critical corner plaza piece. I didn't see anything in the report that speaks to like some of the other developments on northern part of Cleveland. We saw a lot more information about their integration with the corner plaza, what that looks like, how it all works together. I didn't see any of that presented here. So I'm sort of looking for more information about how we can say this is compliant with that corner plaza vision, what the vision is and how those things work.
Through the mayor, in my review of this project, there hasn't been as much, there hasn't been as high of a level of detail as the other corners, specifically further north on Cleveland. There is a lot of active transportation infrastructure going by on this along the Victoria frontage here. So there's limited space for kind of a larger, more activated pedestrian plaza. The applicants have stepped the corner of the building back to provide, a plaza space that will be activated by the commercial space in the building. And staff felt that this was a reasonable and appropriate design. ADP also spent time providing feedback on, recommendations related to seating and whatnot to help activate this space. And those comments were incorporated into the design.
So are we, okay, I'm gonna have to chew on that a little bit. I'll hold for now. Thanks.
Okay, Council, other questions? Councillor Anderson?
I believe I may have missed it in the report, Mr. Daly, but I wonder if you could clarify what will be the destination for the $240,000 cash in lieu amount? To which fund will that be allocated?
Through the mayor's staff are recommending that be allocated to the alternative forms of transportation fund.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, any other questions? Councillor Hamilton?
Yeah, thanks. I'm just digging into this the second story, question of the second story, the setback on the second story. And I see that the first two stories are set back from the property line. When I look at the zoning, when I look at the C4 zone, we have a figure, an example of an upper story setbacks, that the third story in this example is set back by 4.26 meters from the property line. Whereas our third story in this building is only set back by 2.9 meters. How do I rationalize, how do I determine whether that line has been set far enough back? Because the building does appear to sort of go vertical very quickly, but that may be a geometric thing. And I'm just trying to do the math here. So this building goes, fourth story is 2.92 meters from the property line, setback from the property line, whereas in our C4 zone, the example given, it's that second story should be 4.26 meters.
Through the mayor, if you look at the elevations in the drawing package, it is a kind of an angled line taken from Cleveland, and I'll do my best to articulate this in the least complicated way possible. But there is an angled line that goes up from Cleveland that has been plotted onto the elevations and is showing that it meets that guideline. So without getting into more detail than that, it is consistent with the guidelines. The example shown might not be exactly what is shown in that example.
Okay. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just sort of still running around on this plaza piece. I guess, I understand the one perspective that maybe some of our active transit plans maybe make the design of a plaza more difficult. But if I think about as a user, if I'm not in a vehicle, plaza space and so on becomes even more important, an important part of the experience. Whereas if it's a vehicle focused area, that's when maybe plazas are less relevant. And so for me, the active transit priority, I think, reinforces the plaza importance here. So I guess, and in other developments, we've sort of looked at all four corners and seen some thought or had some sort of, even if it's light staff analysis of how the four corners work together. And this is sort of identified, like the importance of this plaza corner is identified in the OCP. what council direction or whatever would we need to give to sort of ensure that these plazas get focus? I guess maybe that's trying to squeeze out a question there, but.
If I may give this a shot through the mayor, the other two projects that we're referring to were rezoning applications, and therefore staff had more discretion to ask for an additional project from the applicant to provide those drawings. Currently, there is no plaza design within the subdivision and development control bylaw, which greatly constrains what we can ask for at a development permit. Furthermore, the Victoria Street has been undergoing revisions to align with the Pemberton Bridge that this project is paying into. So there's some other engineering elements that are going on. So we'll need to meet the subdivision and development control bylaw. Furthermore, as Mr. Daly has highlighted, the plaza space has been widened in front of the area to provide more on-street activation.
So my question's around the, where does the parking regulations live? Does that live exclusively in the like in the development permit area, or does it live in the zoning bylaw?
It lives in section 41 of the zoning bylaw.
Okay, so there, I'm trying to think about how I appreciate the contribution to the car share, trying to make that happen. Are there any other specific actions with the building itself, like storage units or storage space, secure bike, that exceed the requirements that we would have in the various places, whether it's the zoning bylaw or in a development permit area, given that the residents here will need to, that bike transportation is likely one of the ways that the folks would need to lean on to get around here. Is there some? So how does this relate to the bike parking regulations that we have in the zoning bylaw or DP?
The bike parking spaces slightly exceed the requirements in the zoning bylaw. Again, the challenge with this site is that it is so small. It is meeting the employment space requirement, and it is also providing market rental units. So there is very limited opportunity for flexibility in those pieces. If you kind of exceed one thing, you're probably varying another thing. So this is kind of stuff I've landed on this design with the applicant and felt it was ticking as many boxes as possible. And that's why it's brought forward in this iteration.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go back to Councillor Stoner. I just want to make sure you have the most current documents. You do? Okay, and then you're okay with questions at this point? I'll look for your hand. Okay, thank you. Council, we do have opportunity to hear from the proponent and the public, which is where I'd like to go. If there's no further, I don't see any other questions at this point. And we will, as always, be able to pick up ask additional questions following this. So, I'm going to open up to hearing from the public on this, but I do have a bit of a script and a process to follow here, so bear with me, please. So again, the proposed variances to the District of Squamish zoning bylaw 2200-2017 are outlined in the development variance permit included as part of the agenda and available on the website. Members of the public are reminded that you may only speak to the proposed variances. And so we're trying to make this a safe space for everyone to voice their opinion without interference from others. Therefore, I ask that members of the public maintain order and quiet during the process. Please do not applaud or interrupt any speech or action by members of council or any other person addressing council. All speakers will be given a maximum of 3 minutes to address council. For all speakers, please start by stating your name and your neighborhoods. At this point, we do hold space for Squamish Nation officials should they wish to speak to any matter in the process. We do not have any with us this evening, so I'll next go to the proponent. The applicant has opportunity for themselves or a representative to address council if they so choose. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name is Brian Hockey. I'm representative for the property owner and the developer. Just wanted to step back a bit so you can actually see me. I just wanted to take a moment to explain our approach on the property and our response to planning department's suggestion that we look at removing the ground floor parking. The property size, location, and relative narrowness makes providing ground floor parking impractical and would serve to diminish the architecture on this prominent corner. Therefore, given the limited ability to provide on-site parking, we focused on providing a suite mix that is more conducive to residents using alternative transportation means. Specifically, we opted for small suites whose residents will be less likely to generate higher parking demands. While we know that it is a district priority to create housing for families, this type of housing needs to be supported by parking, which this property cannot efficiently provide. Since the project is primarily studios and one bedrooms, we focused on providing extensive outdoor spaces and a co-working office on level 3 to give residents additional flexibility in how they work from home. Again, aimed at reducing car dependency. Lastly, to limit the number of loading or the demand on loading, 15 of the 20 units will be furnished. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No, we don't do questions at this point, but thank you for your submission. So next I'll open up to members of the public. Each speaker will have up to 3 minutes to address council. I'll first call on speakers that are participating in person. Please raise your hand and wait to be recognized and approach the podium. Instructions are available on the district's website for online participants, and there is a moderator who will communicate with people participating online. So is there anyone that wishes to speak to this? Go ahead, sir. Come on up. Again, you have 3 minutes to address council.
Thank you. Spencer Fitchin, Garibaldi Highlands. I find the project, speaking strictly to the variance request, the complete elimination of requirements for parking does make me feel that we as citizens in the District of Squamish are being asked effectively to subsidize the proponent on this project. The tenants and commercial people in this building will have cars, not all of them maybe, but they will have cars. That's the nature of the thing. Even if we all turn electric, we're still going to have vehicles and they're going to have to be put somewhere. In the nature of variance, and I worked in the regulatory environment prior to now, is that when you request a variance, you actually submit a proposal that will effectively substitute something that will be equal or better. And I don't see any of that here. I mean, there's no contribution to a parkade, which has been talked about in Squamish. There's no other things that are provided except for, a very limited amount of money to go into an alternative transportation fund. But it's still going to cause problems for the parking. By the drawings, it also looks like with a loading zone out front, that's going to eliminate 1 or 2 current parking stalls on Cleveland. Parallel parking on Victoria will probably eliminate another 3 there. So we're well over 30 parking stalls, which we would lose. The idea that turning into and out of a rear entrance parkade from Loggers Lane is against bad engineering practices. We've got streets in the Garibaldi Highlands that are too steep and are against bad engineering or are against better engineering practices for access for fire departments in the wintertime. Garibaldi Way between Diamond Head Road and the highway is not to good engineering standards. Neither is the left-hand turn lane into the complex on Mamcombe Road. I mean, I remember I was in that council meeting when planning staff was saying, we can't turn left into that complex, not the Canadian Tire one, the next one behind it. Good engineering practice doesn't allow it. And yet these things have all gone forward, to benefit the community. So I find that this project with this reduction in parking really should be something that council has a very difficult time with. And that's my opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your submission. Would anyone else like to speak to this matter? I'll check with our online moderator, see if we have anyone with their virtual hand up online.
Nobody with their hand up right now.
I'm going to give a little bit of grace to the folks online to see if they need to figure out how to raise their hand. So instructions are there to do that. I'll call for an additional time in chambers if there's anyone who would like to make a submission in this matter. I'm getting a head shake from our moderator. We don't have anyone with their hands up online. So I will now, the time for public submissions is now closed. I'll ask council if there's any further information the planning department might provide in response to any comments or questions raised by members of the public, or anything that's lingering before we move towards contemplating this variance. Council, questions? Seeing none, we do also have the recommendation here. If someone's ready to move that. Are you moving it, Councillor French? Is there a seconder? Councillor Anderson seconds. Go ahead, Councillor French.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Herford. This is a bold development proposal. There's no doubt about it. It's bold and it's also forward-thinking. And this really works best if 3 years from now, we have a regional transit system serving from Pemberton to the North Shore and frequent transit between our downtown and the Garibaldi Estates. I'm confident that those key transportation pieces will be in place when this building is ready for resident move-in. So this, combined with the car share membership for each unit, the new bike share program that we have in Squamish, and improved active transit infrastructure downtown, developments like this one, I believe, are going to work. And as I mentioned during the development proposal discussion at the university recently, this is going to be a building where culture is going to be created. The folks who will live in this building will come into it knowing that it is a car-free building. And those living in the building will have to come into it knowing that vehicle ownership is going to be difficult as a resident in this particular building. I think that our downtown is going to be ready for this in the next few years. And the covenant with the clause pointing out that there's no dedicated parking available on street, or that'll go a long way to make sure that the intent here is to create the culture that eliminates cars for this building.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
Yes, thank you. I'll first address the allocation of the fee in lieu amount to the Alternative Forms of Transportation Fund. I would prefer to have the fate of these cash in lieu amounts to be put to council. So far as I'm aware, I may be wrong, but so far as I'm aware, we do not have a fixed policy on whether these monies should be directed to this fund or to a parking facilities funds, which we also have. I may be corrected, but this is my preference. I would like to see council discuss this matter and be prompted to do so. I'll just finish up on this point. Other downtown small lot developers do advocate that a parking facility solution or solutions will be needed, and they're not alone. But from their perspective and their experience, as we do not have an updated business model for building or operating parkades, which we do not, I think that these seemingly small amounts of monies here, $240,000, going into a parking facility fund, it's not relevant. I think we need to address the broader issue of a business model for such facilities. I see the staff members wish to contribute here, Mayor.
So
I may be corrected on my comment.
Yes, I will offer the correction is that we have the ability to direct the funds. That's why it's included in it is part of the recommendation though where they're directed, but that is what we're doing here. Besides approving debating issuance of the permit, is also directing where those funds, if they're acceptable, and where they should go. So.
Thank you. My point again is that we should be prompted to have that discussion and make that decision here at this point. Move on to another issue. I would also prefer to see livelier color palettes applied in new buildings downtown. And this is a general comment. Section 36.12F should be, in my view, revisited in future. And it states use of warm or natural colors found in the local maritime or temperate rainforest environment is encouraged. I don't think that statement or philosophy belongs in our development permit area guidelines. I think we should encourage innovation and livelier colors in our environment with our 160, 165 odd days of cloudy days and rain. So we have a lot of dark and beige and different shades of brown. And I think we have to come to the realization that this is just too prevalent. Finally, I'd just like to support the recommendation and the variance. I think that the constraints of small lots are real. It's an important issue for us. It's an important issue for downtown planning, for downtown revitalization. To quote the report, for retaining small lot redevelopment and an active and varied streetscape. The developer's vision for this lot, I believe, is appropriate with respect to the distribution or types of residential units proposed and the overall philosophy of the design. Thank you. Speaking in support of the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I will not be supporting the motion on the floor and would urge my other fellow council colleagues to reconsider their positions. While I appreciate the comments that have been made to date in characterizing this proposal as being bold and forward thinking, and I'd like to thank staff and the applicants for trying to come up with something creative and innovative here. I feel like it's asking and trying to put too much on one lot. That is really a core component of our downtown streetscape. And without the necessary supports to actually ensure that it's going to be functional over the life of the building. On the specific variance that is being requested to reduce the parking variant or the parking allowance from 28 stalls to 0 stalls, I don't see a fulsome vision for how that's going to be successful, given that we don't have a functional downtown parking management system at this time. Council has previously decided to not support doing that work based on feedback that we've heard from the community, that they don't want a parking management system. And without that in place, this just doesn't work, at least a variance of this scale. Similar to what I had heard from one of the speakers this evening, if we are going to consider a trade-off of this scale of 28 parking stalls, the $240,000 cash in lieu is very minimal, and there's no guarantee that the savings that are delivered by that reduction in parking get delivered or passed down to the renters at the end of the day. I do appreciate that the proponent is trying to make it work under the C4 zone. I have previously stated that I think we are working under a zone that is actually just not very functional. We've tried to put it to practice and implement it in a few different ways. And my preference here would be that we actually review the C4 zone and make it more functional so that proponents have some clarity on what it is that we're seeking coming forward. I'd rather see a 2-story employment and commercial space building in this space rather than what is proposed here, and let go of some of the housing targets specifically so that we can ensure that we are making a downtown streetscape on our high street that is vibrant and activated. Similar to Councillor Anderson, I also have concerns around just the proposed look of the building. I don't think it is in line with our DPA 5 guidelines around activating and providing interesting realm to the downtown core in Cleveland. And so I think that there's some specific criteria in the DPA guidelines that this proposal doesn't meet. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comment, Councillor Greenlaw?
Thanks. I won't be supporting the motion on the floor. We've heard loud and clear that our public does not want to see further reductive parking exemptions in downtown Squamish. We already only have 1 stall per dwelling downtown, which is sparse for a place like Squamish that is woefully underserved by transit, thanks to the province not stepping up for the last decade and counting. To make this kind of exception for a development that's not even below market is just not a reasonable trade-off. Furthermore, this is at least the third development that has been brought forward in the past few months where it has been noted that the development would not be viable without concessions, and that's not our problem. Given that the public has given feedback that they would like to see more from developers, not less, approving proposals such as this is in direct contradiction from public feedback. And I'll also echo Councillor Anderson's request for more color should the development go through. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. I'm going to be speaking so I'm torn here, actually. This is the one piece I'm actually okay with is a parking variance. In principle, I think that I do think we need to, as a district, we need to develop a parking strategy that's going to work. And I'll reiterate my my soapbox about Donald Shoup's high cost of free parking and his philosophy charging fair market prices for on-street parking, spending the revenue to benefit metered area, and removing off-street parking criteria will facilitate a market for parking. What I'm struggling with here is we're putting this cart of removing off-street parking requirements, which I believe we should do, in front of the horse that is charging fair market prices for on-street parking. So that's one of my dilemmas here. My second dilemma is actually in this the 55.14 degree angle from the streetscape, from the street to the top of the fourth story, I believe. I see on the diagram that it is 55.14, but when I work out the measurements using simple trigonometry, it doesn't work out to 55.14. It works out to about 59 degrees, which seems wrong to me. But assuming staff have reviewed that, I think that I'm going to stand in my, so I'll assume staff have confirmed that that 55.14 degree angle to the top of the fourth floor is correct in the drawings. And with that, I'll support the motion because I do believe that the way forward for us is to remove off-street parking requirements.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. I'm inclined to support this. There's a few things for me. In a couple other developments that have come forward, asking for variances, a stumbling block for me is they've come with an employment reduction. And I think, there's been some discussion about what are we doing to make sure or to help offset reduced parking here. I think for me, a key piece is the fact that there isn't an employment space reduction. I think the bike parking, the end of trip facilities, the support for moto get me over the line. And I think, what I hear over and over from people, what they're really saying is they are concerned about competition for public parking spaces and traffic on the streets. And as much as people might wish otherwise, we don't have great tools to stop people from moving to Squamish. We have a lot more tools at our disposal to minimize the number of cars attached to those new residents. And so if we want to impact the day-to-day livability, things that people are actually caring about, we have to do things that as people come, they bring less cars. I think the covenant on title, identifying the fact that this does not include any availability of parking, is important. I think the 2-hour parking, which already exists downtown, is another piece of that. I would also note that, sure, there are a lot of people that want cars, that feel they need cars, but there are some people, it's maybe a smaller amount, that want the affordability of not having a car. This is the first out of thousands of homes that I'm aware of, the first development where we are contemplating no parking. So it's 20 residences out of the thousands in all the developments. And so we have grossly overserved the vehicle demanding public. We have grossly underserved, because again, we're talking about 20 units for people who don't want a car. This is our first step into that foray, and I think it's a reasonable step. I am a little bit hesitant around what I feel is some lack of attention to the corner plaza, although I do find staff's description of this or explanation reasonable in the circumstance. And so when I think about, again, what people are really complaining about in terms of vehicles and so on, this is actually how we do that. We need to figure out ways to bring people where they're not bringing the cars, and this attempts to do that, I think, in a good way. And we have the tools to do that. We need the public support to make sure that collectively our culture is not one where you expect that if you have private vehicles, you just put them out on the street. If you have a private vehicle, you need to take responsibility for securing your own private parking for that. And that is the culture we need, cultural shift we need to make. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of the motion. This was a really challenging topic for me. I've enjoyed the conversation that we've had here with staff. I think recently in another development downtown, we talked about the balancing of these three, and there's more pieces, but the three main pieces are employment space, parking, and residential uses. And I think that here, we have an opportunity to have 20 units that are rental only, where it's clearly articulated that in each tenancy agreement, that there's no dedicated parking available on site or on street in association with each unit. So and I can't think of a better spot for that. It's in the heart of our downtown. And this place is not for everybody. It's for 20 folks or couples or households that can live within that. And I think when I think about how we're addressing our housing needs, particularly our rental needs, we often talk about it in the form of market and below market. But when we look at housing forms, it's more choice. And this is a new choice that folks will have. It will command less rent than a place that comes with a parking spot, maybe less rent than something that comes with 2-3 parking spots. And that's something that I think is useful and will serve us well. I do think we need to be cautious as to where we support proposals such as this, but on balance, I'm happy to see this move forward in this location, particularly given, as is previously stated, that the folks it'll be very clear. It will not be a surprise to a tenant that they do not have a parking spot available to them. Also, we're able to maintain that employment space. And I really like that sort of co-working aspect of this as well, given that these are generally small units, and that all makes a lot of sense. So I'll be supporting the motion and look forward to seeing this move forward. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor Greenlaw and Councillor Stoner opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. Council, we are running a little behind, but I think we've earned ourselves a quick break. So we're going to take a quick 10-minute recess, and we will be back in 10 minutes for our next item, which will be the encampment update. Thank you. We're in recess. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. We're on item 6A1, which is an encampment update. I will turn it over to staff to run us through the presentation.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name is Pascal St. Louis. I'm the General Manager of Public Safety with the District of Squamish, and I'm joined today by some other members of our team. We've got Deputy Fire Chief Sean Swordfeger with the Squamish Fire Rescue. We've got Staff Sergeant Gareth Bradley of the Squamish RCMP. We've got our Community Bylaw Service Manager, Harry Gill, as well as Jody Barron, our Manager of Public Works. I'd also like to recognize that some of our community and intergovernmental partners may be in the room or listening online. Your support and advocacy on this file has been much appreciated, so thank you. Our goal today is to provide an update to both Council and the public on encampments here in Squamish and provide further context to strengthen any advocacy efforts to the Ministry of Housing and Municipal Affairs to petition that the District of Squamish be designated as a Heart and Hearth community. Before we proceed, I do want to acknowledge that this is a charged topic about a vulnerable population that is often stigmatized. The stories you may hear about today are by no means meant to be generalized for the entirety of the population living in encampments. There are complex issues at play here, that of homelessness, substance use, and mental health. And I want us to be mindful that this is often a matter of survival rather than choice for people who live in encampments. There are no easy solutions here, and individualized solutions are generally the only meaningful way out. There's often a lot of confusion about what constitutes an encampment. Often people believe that an encampment relates only to a tented structure, as we generally see in the media. However, BC Housing defines encampments as temporary and informal forms of shelter that are used by those experiencing homelessness. This, therefore, can include informal forms of shelter such as vehicles, RVs, and erected structures, as seen in pictures on the slide. All of these encampment types exist within the district, and most sites have a mix of structure types. At present, staff are actively monitoring approximately 8 encampments, though that number is always fluid. These statistics outlined in this slide were provided by BC Housing and were captured on June 24th by Squamish Helping Hand Society's Coordinated Access Outreach Worker that is funded by BC Housing. Since starting in April 2025, this outreach worker has approximately 47 individuals on her caseload that are actively living in encampments within the district. Though many of these sites are transient by design, several encampments within Squamish have been identified as entrenched, meaning that they are firmly established or unlikely to be decamped through voluntary compliance alone. These include encampments located behind under one roof near 1400 Vancouver Street and adjacent to 1251 Bailey Street. There are additional entrenched encampments in the outer perimeter of the district, namely near the airport and the Squamish landfill. Though these sites are more concealed and thereby draw less attention from the public, these sites are also areas of concern due to the frequent RCMP responses, locations in the wildland-urban interface, and limited access for emergency response providers and proximity to critical infrastructure. Squamish Fire Rescue has identified significant fire risk at all encampment locations due to propane heat sources being used in encampment structures, significant debris piles, and stockpile of near-empty propane cylinders, lithium batteries, gasoline, etc. In 2025, Squamish Fire Rescue has attended 8 significant fires at encampments, which include trailer and tent fires at these locations, which notes an escalation in encampment fire activity since 2024. This highlights a public safety risk and has resulted in significant community concern. Staff safety for us is always a primary concern, as there are often stray dogs, sometimes booby traps to restrict access like barbed wire, open drug use, and behavioral issues that can be exhibited by some of these individuals living in encampments. District staff are required to attend encampments with a minimum of 2 people and will often request RCMP attendance if deemed warranted. The RCMP is attending encampments more frequently for services, which highlights ongoing community safety risks, both for encampment occupants and perhaps the broader public. At present, the municipality is ensuring consistent and diligent attendance by community bylaw services and the RCMPs, where resources are limited in a small community such as Squamish. All encampments also have significant piles of debris or refuse on site and have wildlife attractants identified. This causes significant human-wildlife interactions at encampments that pose safety risk to occupants and the wildlife. Bear encounters are frequent and problematic for those living in encampments and neighboring properties that are seeing an increase in wildlife traffic. The demand on municipal and local partner organizations to these encampments is high, and there has been an increasing trend in encampment responses in 2025. As you can see, each site has unique response requirements. For example, the encampment located behind Under One Roof has a high rate of medical aid responses, as over 94% of those Squamish Fire Rescue calls at that location are to support critical medical aids, whereas 84% of calls for the encampments located near Bailey Street are often fire-related due to burning complaints. Overall, Squamish Fire Rescue responses to these encampments have already hit 90% of last year's call volume in the first 6 months, which highlights a concerning trend for life safety concerns at encampments. Also, RCMP responses vary to each site, but overall, the call volume for the RCMP to these encampments is already 67% of last year's call volume in the first 6 months of this year. We did also reach out to BCEHS, the Emergency Health Services, for their encampment response statistics, and that is still pending. Lastly, though not represented on this slide, our community bylaw services are attending encampments frequently, often many times per week, to address public complaints, educate encampment occupants on district bylaws, and enforce where possible. To help try and address some of these issues on site, proactive patrols have been initiated jointly with the RCMP, Squamish Fire Rescue, and Community Bylaw Services to try and address some of the public safety concerns that have been identified. This leads us to a discussion on roles and responsibilities related to encampment. The province obviously plays a pivotal role in the management of encampments, as housing and healthcare service delivery are within their jurisdiction, and these are often the crux of the issues for those living in encampments. Provincial funding for encampment response activities often stem from Heart and Hearth program offered by BC Housing under the Ministry of Housing and Municipal Affairs. This is a two-pronged approach where Heart, which stands for Homeless Encampment Action Response Team, generally coordinates a HEART team, which would include municipal participation and would coordinate multi-agency outreach to people living in encampments. And HEARTH, which stands for Homeless Encampment Action Response Temporary Housing, is the other side of the coin, where supports are provided through the development and operation of new emergency housing and shelter options based on identified need. At present, the province provides limited insight into the Heart and Hearth designation process, as there is no formal intake nor any predetermined criteria that is shared with local governments. To date, provincial ministry support has been limited to providing advisory support at some of our multi-stakeholder meetings. They have come on site to support some outreach, and they have provided some one-time funding to a local operator here in community to provide that encampment outreach worker. Unfortunately, until Squamish is designated as a Heart and Hearth community, provincial supports will remain limited, as they have as we have been told that they have scarce resources that are prioritized for designated Heart and Hearth communities, and we will be limited in our ability to support decampment efforts of existing entrenched encampments. As mentioned before, municipal governments have limited jurisdiction and resources to address the root causes related to encampments. At present, all of our district activities are currently focused on managing existing encampments and trying to minimize new occurrences where possible. We are currently focused on 3 objectives. 1, to act as a convener of all relevant parties to try and bring everybody to the table and discuss harm reduction strategies that can be used at existing encampments. 2, to advocate to the province to be designated as a Heart and Hearth community. And 3, to educate encampment occupants and property owners about district bylaws related to encampments and enforce where possible. For the first objective, you'll see on the slide the main list of stakeholders that we have been routinely engaging with to discuss encampment management strategies. We have convened several multi-stakeholder meetings to help share information, to direct outreach activities, and ensure that individualized supports are being coordinated where possible to meet the needs of those living in encampments. We have also worked with Squamish Helping Hand Society to reinvigorate the community action team. This is a multi-agency, multidisciplinary group that is focused on supporting actions related to the toxic drug crisis, but it's also a great forum to discuss issues related to homelessness, encampments, and mental health, and does have a much broader audience. For the second objective, staff have been focused on engaging routinely with the province to raise awareness on the unique challenges faced by the district when managing our encampments. As you are aware, the municipality is working with provincial partners to facilitate the delivery of a housing initiative at Government Road and Centennial Way. This project will offer eventually some supportive housing in partnership with Squamish Helping Hands. And while this is a great step forward, this does not provide that short-term solution to those who are currently living in encampments. We believe that designation as a Heart and Hearth community would be instrumental to provide that interim solution to help bridge that gap, and also would be coupled with the outreach support required to help identify individualized solutions for those experiencing homelessness. Lastly, for our third objective, we do have tools that can support encampment management through the enforcement of our bylaws, namely the camping bylaw, the traffic bylaw, the fire services bylaw, and the unsightly premises objectable situations bylaw. However, these tools are often punitive with the enforcement of fines for bylaw violations and have generally been limited in their effectiveness to obtain voluntary compliance for encampments. Staff have been leveraging several of these bylaws to strengthen compliance on district property or to incentivize private property owners to address encampments on their property. That is work that we will continue to do on a case-by-case basis, often guided by identified public safety risks. This brings us to the end of our presentation. As mentioned at the beginning, we are seeking that Council receive this encampment update and recommending ongoing advocacy to the province to petition that the district be designated as a Heart and Hearth community to provide an interim solution for encampments here within the district. Thank you. We are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you very much for the presentation. Council, questions? Councillor Anderson.
Reference is made to the concept of reinvigorating the community action team. I wonder, Ms. St. Louis, or if you or one of your colleagues on the panel may be able to elaborate on past experience with such a program. Was it discontinued, for example, if that may be the case due to budgetary issues, or I gather from the reference here that it has been moribund for a while. Could you elaborate on that program and past experience with it, if you could? Thank you.
Hi, thank you. Through the chair. Yes, we have, and let me clarify, the community action team is not actually a district-led initiative. This is a table that is run by the Squamish Helping Hand Society, and we have partnered with them to co-chair the table moving forward to kind of help generate a little bit more buy-in and attention and interest at this table. We did previously have the CAT, and we also had another table called the Community Resiliency Committee. I believe that was the name of it. And that also had different membership, but they felt quite duplicative. So when I say that we reinvigorated, I think we are trying to align and try to bring all the stakeholders to the right meeting and have these discussions there. But we're really lucky to have Squamish Helping Hands Society in community leading such an initiative, and we're happy to support it.
Another question I have arises from reading the paragraph on community safety issues and concerns, where there's reference to an increase or an escalation in number of complaints and the description of the kinds of activities that are happening: noise, environmental, waste management, theft from surrounding businesses, and so on. As I read this, it seems to me that this community safety realm has in Squamish and many communities been an arena for community policing programs. I myself have been part of a block watch program when I was a City of Vancouver resident and working with the police and mostly being kind of the eyes and ears or helping in that regard. Here we have in Squamish a Crime Stoppers organization that still exists, although it's kind of on the shelf, if you like. That's what I gather from its members. And during 2013 to 2018, which is before, I believe, any of the terms of present councillors, they operated from an office downtown, as people may remember, at the BC Tel building on Cleveland, and working in liaison with the under 2 successive district staff persons in an ongoing program of providing complementary services to the RCMP. My question to the team is there a role for community policing, either in one or another block watch, neighborhood watch, Crime Stoppers, and specifically in relation, in the context of downtown? Is this something that has been contemplated? Is this a resource that could be called upon as a complementary help to assist us in the community safety issue? Thank you.
Thank you, through the chair. Thank you for the question. We do actually have a community team in Squamish. Operates out of the Finch Drive. It's led by a community corporal, 3 constables, and we have the mental health investigator, Car 99, attached to that unit as well. So it kind of provides a holistic approach to any problems that are popping up regarding traffic, education, school-based programs, and any problems that originate in the community that are, need a special focus, which this team would. I know Car 99 goes with VCH out to encampments. We partner with bylaws and routinely go out and check hotspot areas, and I've directed our teams to start doing some more footbeat shifts to check in with local businesses and see how things are going. Obviously, we're not a security portion. We don't provide security to businesses, but we can provide that kind of cop on the corner kind of vibe, and we have friendly questions that are being asked and checking in with businesses and doing patrols through parks downtown. So we're doing that twice a day. We've been doing that for a number of weeks now. So
thank you. I might just clarify one reason for my bringing up this subject. The last couple of years, when we've had budget input sessions at Brennan Park, typically, a gentleman who was formerly a volunteer with the downtown program of 10 years ago has come forward and saying, I really do miss that program, think I could be contributing to it ongoing. It was clear to me that it was a gentleman with some skills, social skills, if you like, for that role, retired person with the background, if I'm not mistaken, in law enforcement or something related, so that we maybe have some individuals and resource persons that could be drawn upon. But that's just an additional background to my question as to whether we could do more in drawing upon these complementary resources. Thank you.
yeah, it gets a little bit, sorry, through the chair, it gets a little bit difficult through security clearances and housing volunteer management, and COVID kind of shelved that for the most part. And we're slowly starting to get back into having a more robust auxiliary program that we're looking to get the final touches on from the province. So we're just working through those steps to bring those people on board and do some advertising here later in the year and see what that kind of more strategic volunteer program would look like.
Thank you. I've got Councillor Stoner, then Pettingill.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Thank you very much to staff for this update and for all the work that you folks are doing with such care and dignity. I am curious on a few things. So the first is staff spoke to the various roundtables that have kind of been brought back to life to support the multi-agency approach here. But I am curious what outreach, communication, or community building is done across the community on the encampments issue. And so this is considering inclusion of like the downtown BIA and the chamber and adjacent residents into this conversation And has any work been done there?
Thank you for the question through the mayor. Yes, that is work that we are currently looking at. Like, I think when I talk about those two complementary tables that used to exist, I think there used to be some community representation on the Community Resiliency Committee. We're now looking to try and merge some of that onto the Community Action Team, because I think it felt like those tables were often quite duplicative. I do believe the BIA is an identified member for the community action team, but I can confirm that. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, got confirmation from the back of the room. But yeah, thank you. So I think we are starting to involve those groups. I will say we've had our first CAT meeting since the meeting's been reinitiated, and we're having our next one in a couple weeks, which will be quite exciting for us at the OPS. So I think we will be able to meaningfully engage some of those participants. That being said, again, the purpose of that meeting is really to address the toxic drug crisis, but a lot of those accessory kind of issues are also generally discussed there as well.
Okay, that's been thinking about this a little bit more on the housing side and the encampment side rather than the toxic drug crisis component, although they are interrelated. And I'll maybe leave some of my comments and thoughts to later, and I'll focus on my other questions. My next one is around a provincial announcement that came out in late May on the new community safety and targeted enforcement program. And I'm just curious if that's lending any support to the RCMP demands for the encampment work in Squamish, or if we're seeing that trickle down at all.
Thank you, through the chair. I know that framework was announced in late May, early June. We have yet to see how that is exactly going to roll out. But ahead of that, we've been doing some proactive work with our teams.
Okay, that's helpful. I just saw that Victoria was using some of that funding specifically for their most recent announcement on some of this work. So I was just curious if it was relevant here, but happy to wait until we have a bit more detail there. And then just a question on the data that you shared, let's say, Louis, on the table that illustrated the strain on municipal resources. So appreciate that generally we're seeing increased call volumes and increased strain on resources. But I am curious if we have any sort of ballpark on like those calls to service to encampments versus total calls. So is this taking up like 10% of our resources or like 80% of our resources?
Thank you for the question through the chair. So we've done some data collection, of course, in lieu of preparing for this presentation. And so total call volume for Squamish Fire Rescue to date as of yesterday was 813 calls for service overall for the entirety of our district. Calls for service to the 3 encampments specifically listed within the table in the presentation was 131 calls for service. That makes up for 16% of total call volume for Squamish Fire Rescue. I wanted to add some context just for the conversation as well, just so there was a better understanding, hopefully, of what that means. What does 16% mean? So we ran some further numbers, and so one of our largest call types is alarms. So we have many multi-story structures that have complex alarm systems. As a result, we have alarm calls come out. That makes up for a total of 10.7% as of yesterday. And that was until our data collection up until May of this year. So we're missing a month of calls there, but the idea is 10.7%. The next very busy type call we have is motor vehicle incidents. That makes up 5.6% of our total call volume up until May of this year. And then non-encampment, so smoke and burning complaints, which are very prevalent this time of year, throughout the year, but are very, very visual this type of year. And people are very concerned, of course, with wildfire. We've had 50 calls throughout the district, and that making up about 6% approximately of our total call volume for the year. So I wanted to highlight the 16% because it's a strong number. We
are spending a lot of time with resourcing and providing service to the encampments within our community.
Thank you. And then just one further question on, you mentioned that we have very little clarity into the selection criteria for Heart and Hearth. We know that there hasn't actually been much expansion funding dollars for this project, but there is currently an intake. Have we done any outreach to UBCM or any of the existing communities that have been selected for Heart and Hearth to see if they have any insight on the criteria or who we need to talk to? Who do we need to talk to?
Thank you. Through the mayor. We've been engaging directly with BC Housing to try and get, a peek under the curtain and figure out how we can, what information is required to help demonstrate that there is a need here in Squamish. Again, generally what I hear through our engagement with BC Housing is they are looking for an identified community need. Thankfully, I think the fact that they now have a dedicated resource, albeit supported through Squamish Helping Hand Society, but a dedicated resource who's out there tracking and doing that data collection is helpful for them to try and be able to keep a finger on the pulse of the need in community. Generally, they are also looking for a meaningful partner. So a community that is willing to support Heart and Hearth related initiatives. And they've also talked about the desire to have kind of an exit strategy for any interim solutions that are provided. And so these are things that we believe the District of Squamish does have. But that is the insights that we have thus far. And that's guiding a lot of the engagement that we're having with BC Housing to try and demonstrate the need that Squamish has.
Okay, thank you. I'll next go to Councillor Pettingill, then Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks. Do we have any, I guess when I speak to people, the very much the focus is in conversations on the circumstance here in Squamish. But when I travel and some of the other work I do, it's, clear this is a nationwide challenge. And I have some sense that while I think all of us want to be able to do more, in general, we are having more success, and not saying it's enough or something we're comfortable with, but more success in other places. But do we have any more objective measurement on how we are doing relative to other jurisdictions or how our circumstance compares? Is there any of that sort of information available?
Thank you for the question. Through the mayor, no, I think all of these situations are quite unique. Every circumstance, every encampment, as I said, requires individualized solutions. So it's quite hard to measure ourselves against other municipalities. Other municipalities are choosing a variety of encampment management strategies. Some are proceeding with decampment, some are trying to do harm reduction approaches. But again, the amount of resources that exist within each municipality is likely very different. So it's hard to compare ourselves apples to anybody else.
And can I just, because I think, the perception of some folks is that, well, just shut it down, get it over with and move on. My sense in reading through the report is it's much more complicated than that, not just for ethical and reasons of ethics and compassion, but also, legal precedents and legal constraints and so on. So I guess, can you speak a little more to why we won't just shut it down?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor. Decampment is always something that obviously a lot of people are hoping for, and I understand that. We would love to be able to offer individualized solutions that help people who are living in encampments currently access the supports and housing that they desire. You're right in saying that the legal landscape is quite challenging and diverse across many municipalities in British Columbia, but also probably across Canada. There are ongoing court cases in many municipalities who have sought decampment, which highlight the challenges related to that. So decampment is often a very costly endeavor, not only just to be able to proceed with that, it generally has to be associated with a solution that you are offering. Squamish is limited in that ability due to the limited vacancy that we have in our shelter and the limited amount of supportive housing that individuals in encampments can access. And then I think the other piece is generally when you do a decampment, you have to have a plan in place to mitigate ongoing reoccurrence. You have to have site remediation. You have to have a lot of measures in place to try and stop encampments from reoccurring at that site. So all to say that decampment is generally a very costly endeavor.
And one, I guess, final question for now. My recollection of the sort of annual reporting we have from the RCMP of crime is, you know, the swings in numbers where, as I recall, there wasn't a significant across the board uptick in crime, and some of the sort of changes could be attributable to a single individual. So I guess a two-part question. One, when is the next time we see those statistics? And then the other piece related to that, I think there's also been some politicization of the whole issue. And so it makes it very hard to understand what's the reality of change in crime and these things, and not to disregard it, but to understand what the real challenge is. So when this next report comes to us, do we expect it to be able to give us any insight about, you know, are we seeing comparable rises in crime rates, or are we at numbers that are really actually too small overall to kind of make those kind of statistical conclusions?
Yeah, I do believe the inspector has gathered a significant amount of data from across other comparable cities, and he will be presenting that at some point in the near future here. So I'll kind of reserve that for that conversation and see where we're at that point in time.
And is that in the fall that happens, or is that in the spring, or when does that?
Our annual wrap up is usually in the spring for the year prior, but will be a special kind of presentation in the coming months, I think.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Hamilton.
Yeah, thanks very much. And thank you very much to all of you for all the work on this really obviously a very challenging problem for society across the board. I'm absolutely in favor of more advocacy to get us designated as a heart and hearth. Absolutely in favor of more advocacy and more supportive housing and solutions for people to move to. My questions, though, are focused on things that are potentially within our power and whether we need to retool there in any way. So my question, one of the bylaws that we rely on is the unsightly premises and objectionable situations bylaw, which I believe was written in 2005. It's not clear. I'm not sure exactly the date of the most recent update. But the goal of that bylaw, the underlying intent, seems to be for property owners to not make a mess on their own property. And that's not what we're dealing with here. We've got property owners who have other people creating objectionable situations on their property. So my question is this bylaw an appropriate tool for managing the situations that we see today? And would it be sensible to review either this bylaw or other bylaws that might help us manage this situation in a clearer way?
Yeah, thank you. Through the mayor, a lot of the tools that we do have at our disposal, yeah, but there are probably updates that could be made to some bylaws, and that could be something we can review in our work planning. That being said, I think that particular bylaw is one tool that we can use to incentivize a property owner to address an encampment that's currently located on their property. Obviously, it's frustrating for property owners who are having to deal with encampments on their property. It's illegal dumping that's occurring on their site. But that bylaw is a tool and a mechanism that we can use for private property owners to try and address or incentivize them to address encampments that are existing on their property.
Yeah, so I can see a frustrating situation for property owners who maybe want to abide by the bylaw, so they maybe help to clear any illegal dumping, but then sometime later there's more illegal dumping and they have to pay for it again. Is there any mechanism that, the answer to this is probably no straight off, but can we retool? Okay, I think I hear the answer. We may need new tools. So my point is that I think the unsightly premises and objectionable situations bylaw are really targeted towards owners who are not being respectful of their own properties. And I don't see what bylaw we have that addresses other people being objectionable to somebody's property. So some thought to retooling the bylaws might be in order. My second question is about the properties themselves. There's 3 primary encampments listed downtown. Have staff done an analysis of, or have any suggestions for what we could suggest property owners do to their property to reduce those properties from being attractive to people wanting to start encampments?
Through the chair, yes, we are currently actually working with a property owner just on that very subject. We will often provide a myriad of things that we have from experience in terms of fencing and things of that nature, safeguarding their properties from this type of thing happening again. Quite often, the property owners will work with our teams to do that because they are being victimized as well. So there's that line that you draw. You understand that they're being victimized, but at the same time, you want them to be able to clean up their property. So there's things such as CPTED, crime prevention through environmental design principles that we can also educate them on in terms of how they can safeguard for future reoccurrence. So yeah, it is something we currently do.
Thanks.
Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. Through the chair, thanks for bringing all this information forward. It is a really difficult conversation given all the levels of government that are overlapping and levels of responsibility. And kind of continuing on the line that Councillor Hamilton started about, like, things that we could potentially do as a district to improve the situation and facilitate living in dignity for these people as well. What I was wondering if staff could comment on, we had a member of the public come to us a couple months ago asking about like dumpsters and porta potties and stuff like that. And I'm wondering about bringing in pieces like that, because it's clear to me that we're not getting any short-term solutions from the province anytime soon. And of course it is their jurisdiction. And I was wondering if you could speak to that. Thanks.
Through the chair, thanks for the question. Currently, Public Works would manage dumpsters and porta potties for these encampments. We don't have budget to supply this at this point in time, so it's not something that we can provide right now.
And maybe I'll just add that at Under One Roof, there is a dumpster provided. This isn't provided by the district. It's an initiative managed by Squamish Helping Hands. And despite there being a dumpster on site, waste management issues continue to occur at that location. So I understand the intent of wanting to go down that path. It's just it might not be the solution that we think it is either, to have waste management options at some of these encampments. So it's a costly endeavor. I think it's $3,000 a month to do that, and that's for one dumpster, one site. If we start doing this at many sites, it can be challenging. And then also, you know, it can blur the lines of it looking a little bit more like a sanctioned site rather than it being an unsanctioned site that we are hoping no longer exists. So that gives a bit of a messy answer, but hopefully that gives you some context.
Yeah, thanks. I think my primary concern is the impact it's having on the individuals who live there and the individuals who live in the surrounding areas, and of course our first responders. But yeah, I appreciate that response. Thanks.
So I've got a couple questions, and I'm curious. First of all, thank you for the additional context around the percentage of call volume. That's very useful in understanding this, the challenges here. I'm curious about you had a slide that showed the composition as we understand it to be in the various spots. Has that changed dramatically? Like, we're seeing a higher call volume, so I'm trying to understand what's changed. Do we have a data that shows there's a corresponding change in population? Is it a higher number of occupants, change in activity, or is it a change in community, you know, interest, and the calls are you know, coming from that angle? I know it's one of the only metrics that we have, but I'm trying to understand it. Can you speak to what we're thinking, what the thought is around what the change is that we're seeing?
Thank you. Yes, through the mayor. All these sites are quite fluid. There are individuals leaving and leaving certain encampments and going to others, or entering a different encampment as well. So these numbers do fluctuate. That being said, the 3 sites that we're talking about have been fairly stable. Like, I think about the site behind Under One Roof, that one has had about 15 or so encampment occupants, it seems like, for a fair bit of time. And that site as well is a lot of individuals who are there to access the services available at the Under One Roof shelter. The encampment at Vancouver Street, we would say that one has probably increased in size, maybe more significantly. That one fluctuates quite a bit, but it has increased in size significantly with the high visitation period. I think there are a lot of individuals who are seeing that as a place where they can park their vehicles and not get ticketed. And then the Bailey Street location has been quite stable, and although there isn't that many occupants at that location, it does generate a lot of burning complaints due to the proximity to some of the homes that are there. So again, it's very fluid, but those 3 have had, you know, some stability, at least in their numbers.
So if the population there is stabilizing, we're seeing a higher call volume, it's a change in behavior of some sort, or in a change in how the community's perceiving what's happening there and then thus calling. I was trying to understand.
Yeah, through the mayor, I can't speak to what's leading to that. I mean, we'd have to go dig through the data. Some of the sites, as we mentioned, have significant medical call volume, so I'm not sure what's leading to that. That could be a multitude of factors due to the toxic drug crisis. For some of the sites, it could be that there is greater community concern, and there are more calls going in for burning complaints related to those locations. So
Over your shoulder, I see a hand that I'd love to hear from at this point. So do you want to come up to the podium? You need to be on a camera and microphone to be.
Oh, yeah. Just data related calls to the under one roof I can speak to. So our data does not track with the emergency data. Our critical incidents have gone way down. So when I say that, I actually have the numbers in my bag because we wanted to check them out. What our staff is reporting as a critical incident is not calling emergency services. And I would beg to say that the community members are calling the emergency services because they might deem it to be a critical incident. Does that help you a little bit? We're not making all the calls.
Useful context.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Yep. I think that response highlights the value of these tables and coming together and sharing this information. And so thank you for that. Council, any further questions here? We do have the recommendation here. I know that when we come into this room, we look forward to, solving problems in their entirety as our goal, but that's not something that's going to happen on this topic here. So we do have the staff recommendations before us. Are you moving that, Councillor?
Yeah, I'm ready to move the staff recommendation and I'll speak to it.
Thank you. I'll second that and go ahead.
Yeah, in putting this on the table, I want to share that I recently did a tour around the community with one of our bylaw enforcement officers. And my main objective was to get some perspective from somebody from the bylaw team of what it takes to monitor those encampments and what's going on there and the resources that are being used. And I was blown away by the empathetic relationship that the particular bylaw officer I spent the morning with had with the encampments. This individual knew a lot of names. It was clear to me that our bylaw team has regular engagement with the real humans who are struggling with real life issues in these encampments. And that experience really gave me insight that I wasn't expecting into how complex these encampments are and how complex the solutions are or are not, if that makes sense. So I think that what we have here in front of us in this motion, specifically to continue advocating for programs that will help us to figure out solutions, is all we have at this point and the best that we can do at this point, while also asking our community members who are impacted by the encampments to hang in there with us a little bit longer. I know it's frustrating to be awakened at 4 o'clock in the morning by a screaming match or a bear banger coming from the encampments, but we're doing everything that we can as elected officials and as municipal employees to figure something out, and hopefully the province will come and help us.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I appreciate, I will support the resolution. I think it sort of hides, though, everything we are doing. And, I think it's challenging when you see someone in distress and you're not sure or comfortable with how they're going to react. And there's some behavior that we are not comfortable with in our community. I think, when I see someone in struggling, I find it very difficult to know that we are not, and I am not doing more to help these people in the situation we're in. But I think there is a lot being done. We want to do more. I do wonder about, we talk about some of the tables we have in coming together, but if we should give some greater thought, I'm not going to propose it right at this moment, I don't think, but it's something churning in the back of my mind. the community understanding of the limitations on what we can do, the options for us, and really what's going on. That connection, that understanding from the community, I think, is not where I would like it to be. And I do wonder if some sort of community member table or table that's inclusive of some just general community members might help with that. And so, again, that's something that's churning in the back of my mind. Just coming from the discussion on the potential supportive housing piece, and it became very clear to me that folks didn't understand who's involved, who had responsibility, who Helping Hands was in particular. And I just want to talk about this piece for a moment, because with Helping Hands, the basic structure, I'm really grossly oversimplifying, but people come in into the emergency shelter portion, and as they stabilize and are able to manage things better, they move up from the floors. And right now, we don't have a place for people to move out of the fourth floor when they're actually able to be more independent. And some of the things we're trying to do with supportive housing is to give that place for people to move on to, so we can help more of the people in the encampments and do more to help them. Related to that, I think it's important to understand that while Helping Hands does receive some government from provincial funding, implements some provincial programs, it is fundamentally a community organization. It's a volunteer community board. And I know not everyone has the capacity to volunteer, but that is an outlet that, as community members, if we're very, very concerned, that is a place where we can get on the ground, get connected to people, and make a difference, whether it's a few hours a week or a month or whatever it is. And so while there are many restrictions on what we can or can't do, there are some things we can do. And I would encourage people, especially people who are most concerned, to look at ways to get involved in the ways we can. And from the municipal side, we will continue our advocacy. We'll make sure there's funding for our bylaw and RCMP and fire to do some of the extra scrutiny that's required. And while it's frustrating, not only is it the most compassionate, I think, thing to do in the circumstances, it's also the most cost effective in the context of all the less than ideal options available to us. So I want to sort of share in the community's frustration, because it's frustrating and it sort of tears your heart out to see this happen and not feel like we can do more. But I just want to thank everything that is being done, and just thank you for all we're doing, and we will continue to keep at it and do more. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Stoner, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, again, thanks to staff and all the roundtable members for all the work that you have done. As I mentioned earlier, with care, dignity, and empathy for those who are most vulnerable in our community. And showing up in ways that typically stretch the bounds of what we call municipal jurisdiction, but is so necessary. If I look back to our official community plan, this really does, this work is in many ways really foundational. So we don't do health, we don't do housing, but our official community plan does speak to a healthy community, a connected community, a resilient community. It speaks directly to having Squamish's most vulnerable citizens are cared for with dignity and respect, and suitable facilities and services are available for residents of all ages, stages of life, abilities, incomes, interests, and cultures. And I still think that really is the heart of what it is that we try to do, is wrap our arms around all of the members that we consider part of our community, including those who are suffering and are struggling to find ways to call this place home. This discussion, I think, is a really important one for a few reasons. In particular, I think just communicating out to community and residents who have been watching these encampments grow and fluctuate and have been curious about what has been happening at the roundtable. And so I think that was one of my questions, is how can we do a better job of just letting folks know that this is the work that we are doing. The general comments that I've heard from council so far, and I'll just speak for myself, is I don't have any intention of directing staff to decamp these specific areas. I don't think that makes good fiscal sense. I don't think it's the right thing to do from an ethics perspective. And I also just don't think it's a very functional solution because we know that if you try and decamp one location, then folks pop up elsewhere if we don't have the right location for them to try and move into over time. And so I think we need to double down our efforts on the housing front, the advocacy front as proposed in this motion. But I also don't think we can put our heads in the sand. The demand for the Heart and Hearth program is substantive across the province. The funding pool is limited. I do have high hopes. I do think we're great. We're great. We fit all the non-disclosed criteria as we know them. But I do think it's important that we try and start to figure out how we will continue to step up and engage our community in community building around this topic and around housing more broadly. On that particular piece, similar to Councillor Pettingill, my brain is kind of turning to try and figure out how to direct that work. And I don't have something tangible at this time, but I do look forward to bringing it back for discussion at some point and reflecting with my council colleagues and community allies on how we can start to open up this conversation and make people feel more comfortable and have a space to have the conversations so that we can air some of the concerns and the uncomfortableness that comes with this conversation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, then Greenlaw.
Yeah, thanks very much. Like my council colleagues, I'm absolutely blown away by the work that our staff, the RCMP, bylaw, fire do on this file. It's amazing that we have people that care so much to be doing this work every day and have the courage to do this work every day. So thank you. And this interwoven jurisdiction of the province and the local municipality is, as it is in many places, it's very challenging. We certainly can't just throw up our hands and say we can't do anything until the province comes to the table, and we can't step in and do everything that the province should be doing. I think that in reviewing this most recent time, most recent staff report, I think the thing that struck me most was the outdated nature of the unsightly premises and objectionable situations bylaw. And I think that maybe we need to retool our own bylaws to make them appropriate for the situation, because that tool seems to be a little bit outdated. So if staff do have any suggestions on that front, please be sure to let council know. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks. I want to thank you all for being here today and presenting this information. This is echoing some of the comments from Councillor Pettingill. I find this topic incredibly emotionally difficult for me as well, to see these people suffer and to not have any tools, any municipal tools to assist and alleviate is incredibly upsetting for me. And it's hard to not feel like this as a failing as an elected official. I've literally sat in people's houses and watched them cry about this and thought that I could help more. So it's really upsetting to me. It's actually one of the reasons why I ran federally as well, because I'm really angry that our provincial and federal governments manage to find billions of dollars to finance problematic industries, but cannot seem to find any money to house our people and treat them with dignity. One of my main concerns, and I think this is somebody we should also be advocating to, is, well, I guess it's the health ministry of BC now, since our provincial government cut the mental health ministry. And advocating provincially and federally about the mental health crisis, which is tied into this, in addition with the addiction piece as well. These are all key components of this, and the affordability crisis, but we cannot afford to be subsidizing industries when our people are living in these states and when our first responders are so stretched. You know, it's a really frustrating and upsetting piece for me. Sorry for venting that on you. But anyways, we'll just continue to advocate to other levels of government because, again, this is not our jurisdiction. And we do not have the resources to effectively deal with these pieces. So yeah, thanks for bringing this information forward, and we'll just keep shouting into the wind.
Thank you for the comments. So I don't often quote other people when I make my comments here, but I'm going to quote someone and prize for whoever gets it first. But so bear with me on this. When I was a boy, I could see scary things in the news, and my mother would say to me, "Look for the helpers. You always find people who are helping." To this day, especially in times of crisis, I remember my mother's words, and I'm always comforted realizing there are still so many helpers, so many caring people in this world. Fred Rogers, Mr. Rogers to the rest of us. And I see that here in this room as we're gathered to discuss a challenging topic. And I hear it from our community as well. And it doesn't mean that it actually means quite the opposite to me, that what's happening isn't acceptable. We need to figure out a path through this, but it's a coming together to help. And I see that in all the partners we have working on this. And I would like to find ways to, as others have spoken to, I think to empower the community to more broadly to be a part of that as well. So find those volunteer opportunities, find those ways to advance this work inside of the sphere of control that we have and the funding that is available, while we continue to advocate to other orders of government to take action in a meaningful way for our community. So I have recently written a letter to the minister on this, and that a copy went to BC Housing as well, and I've requested a meeting with Minister Callon to continue to advocate for inclusion in the program. However, in the absence of that, and I would argue even if we get that, there's still work to do coming together as a community to figure out ways to address these concerns and minimize the impact to the community and to the folks that are finding themselves needing to make a choice to live in an encampment as well. And as we heard earlier, was that choice is often based on what it takes to survive, not something that is really a choice as we would generally understand it to be in our lives. So happy to support this resolution and to do the work of both advocacy and finding ways to support community and to build understanding about what's happening here and what the solutions really are. And in closing, recently I was at the Federation of Canadian Municipalities conference, and at these things, it's amazing, all these different sessions on people that are having successes in their municipalities around various topics. So when I saw the encampment title, I'm like, I'm going to that session and I want to learn about this and what mitigates the impact to community. Where are the successes? Who's the gold standard? That entire session was about housing. The entire session was about housing. Encampment was mentioned a couple times, maybe about, I think the folks from CN were concerned about getting some encampments in unsafe places along rail lines, but really it was about creative solutions on the housing front. And I see this heart and hearth approach being a mechanism that could achieve some of those innovative housing solutions to bridge gaps. So I'm happy to see that this is something that the province has at least resourced to some level. And it's likely to an inadequate level, but let's try to get a piece of that pie, and as well as to continue the suite of measures that we've been undertaking as we're going forward here. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you for your time this evening and for all the work you do every day. So Council, next we have the consent agenda. Is there anyone who'd like to pull anything from the consent agenda? Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I have 3 items. And I'll give the number and just an item title because
Yep.
there's been shifts.
Yeah.
So 7BI, which is the Squamish Nation Letter on Fireworks. 7DI, which is the Wood Fiber Fortis LNG Pipeline Quarterly Report. And 7EI, which is the Committee of the Whole resolution regarding the LNG temporary use permit.
Okay, thank you. The numbering is a bit odd as I look at it here, but that's okay. It's the second I. It's the T for TUP 80. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Yep. Go ahead.
Mayor Herford, I'd like to pull the item B2 in the correspondence receiving for information. It is from CN Stakeholder Relations regarding CN's 3-year rail network plan.
Okay, thank you. Anybody else? We still have some items in there that we haven't pulled yet. If anyone, okay. So I will move what's left of the consent agenda. Second by Councillor French. All in favor? Motion carried. Thank you. Sorry, any opposed? No. So we'll deal with the pulled items in due course. We'll work our way through here. So next we have under section 8A bylaws. So first, second, and third reading, District of Squamish Housing Agreement Bylaw for 38006 Cleveland Avenue. What's that? Sorry. Oh, so there's no present. Sorry, this item. Thank you. Welcome. You can feel free to get set up there. We'll deal with this matter. Thank you. I was having a bit of a sidebar here. So, so this is a follow through on the previous approval that we had today. So I will move this with a staff recommendation. This just solidifies or confirms the commitments made in the earlier discussion, seconded by Councillor French. This is procedural. This is really just papering what was discussed in an earlier conversation. So pretty easy for me to support. Would anyone like to comment on this? Yep, go ahead, Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, I'll just note I didn't support the development permit with variance, but given that it was supported, I will support the housing agreement so that it is secured in perpetuity as market rental. Thanks.
Yep, thank you for that. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. And now over to onto our next, so 8A2, District of Squamish Zoning Bylaw number 2200-2011 Amendment Bylaw. And this is a 2025 zoning bylaw update. I'll pass it over to staff to run us through the presentation.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. My name's Asia Phil, planner with the Community Development Division. Tonight, I'm presenting a collection of amendments that comprise the 2025 zoning bylaw update for Council's consideration of first, second, and third reading. The zoning bylaw is a living document that requires maintenance. Regular updates to the bylaw increase clarity, address minor inconsistencies and identified gaps, and align the bylaw with other district land use bylaws. So I'll now step through the technical amendments, and these mostly follow the order that they appear in both the staff report and the amending bylaw. So 2 definitions are amended. The definition of principal residence is updated to clarify the number of days that an individual must live in a dwelling unit for it to qualify as their principal residence. Previously, the definition referred to the number of months that an individual must live in the dwelling unit, and this has made enforcement in relation to our STR, short-term rental business licensing, challenging. And the second is the definition of tree size. This was originally drafted in error and has been corrected to reflect the original intention for flexibility in either tree height or canopy spread to dictate the size. The accessory building section is amended to allow accessory buildings used only for agriculture to be located in front yards. And this will increase the siting flexibility for these types of buildings. A gross floor area exemption of 9 square meters is added to the gross floor area section for solid waste storage areas. Shared waste rooms are now a requirement for multiplexes. A similar exemption exists for larger developments and supports the creation of shared waste room facilities. The storage of solid waste section is amended to clarify that the regulations apply to development consisting of 4 or more dwelling units, and this aligns us with the district's solid waste utility and regulation bylaw. Minimum soil volumes for trees are corrected to indicate it's a volume measurement, and the minimum soil volumes for single trees are slightly reduced in order to increase flexibility. The requirement for trees to be planted or retained within front yards is extended to capture new development within the recently created residential zones, so R2 through to R5. Accessory dwelling units section is amended to allow ADUs in zones that permit 2-unit dwellings or duplexes. The intent of this is to permit ADUs in the RM1 and RM2 zones, where we currently have several non-conforming single-unit dwelling properties. The ADU section is also amended to allow ADUs on lots that have existing legally non-conforming homes on the lot. And this is a similar intent to permit ADUs in other zones where there is already an existing home on the lot. The minimum setback for kennel use is updated to apply to any lot line that is adjacent to a lot zone for residential use and is applied consistently across all zones which allow for a kennel use. The downtown commercial zone C4 interior side setback is clarified to only apply to the stories of a building that are adjacent to residential stories on an existing neighboring building that they share a lot line with. So this will allow the lower commercial or parkade stories of a building to go to 0 lot line and directly abut the other building for the portions that are not residential. High technology and research and development uses are added as permitted uses to the specialized industrial business zone I8 to bring these uses into better alignment with the intent of that zone. Light industrial use is added to the list of permitted uses in Area 2 of the Mixed Use District Zone MUD 1 zone to increase the flexibility of uses and to support the intent of that zone. 2 of the 3 properties that are located in Area 2 of the MUD 1 zone have been either constructed or in the process of constructing light industrial style units on their ground floors, so this supports that construction. The use of parking facility section is updated to align the commercial vehicle parking regulations with the district's traffic bylaw. Multiple dwelling residential bike parking requirements are added to the bicycle parking section in order to ensure that Class A bike parking is provided in multiplexes. And lastly, the Ravenswood Neighborhood Park that's located at 39296 Falcon Crescent is rezoned from Comprehensive Development Zone 38 to Park Recreational and Institutional Use, P3, to align the zoning with the actual use of the lands. So that concludes my presentation tonight. Staff's recommendation is that Council give amendment bylaw number 3177 first, second, and third reading. And I'll now pass it back to the chair for questions and comments.
Thank you very much. Council, questions? Councilor Pettigill, go ahead.
Yeah, just as staff were going through this, I realized 2 questions that I apologize. I didn't ask ahead of time. I didn't think of them until now. In number 18, the light industrial use being added. I don't recall if this is an area where we have no gas covenants tied to commercial and residential uses. Do we know if that's the case? And if so, would this new use allow that covenant to be bypassed? And maybe it's an issue if these properties never had such a covenant.
Through the chair, I can't recall if they had the no gas covenant for, it wouldn't have been for the commercial and industrial floors. It would have only been for the residential if we had registered one, but I do not know.
So to clarify, these are older, because for newer commercial, that is being included sometimes.
Through the chair, new construction, so a new building permit, commercial would fall under that as per the EAU energy step code, or the zero carbon step code, sorry, excuse me. The buildings that this largely applies to have building permits at least applied for, so that would not retroactively apply to their existing building permits. They don't currently have no gas covenants registered on title.
And through the chair, what I can remember, we pre-zoned these lands. So these developments went directly to DP. So there wouldn't have been a rezoning negotiation where we would have gotten the no gas covenant for those, especially for those lower stories. But if there was variances associated with one of them, we may have. So
some of them may.
Yeah, I can't recall.
In the scenario where there was a no gas covenant and there was a change to the zoning, the covenant would be on title and would still stand, would it not?
Yes.
Okay, so then we don't need to.
Except the covenants tend to be, our wording tends to be attached to residential commercial uses. And if we have industrial use, that's what I'm trying to, I'll leave that one for now then. The other one, Ravenswood, this parcel that we're moving to P3, my understanding was that unless it was our property or there's some expropriation or something, it's very difficult for us to rezone to park. Am I misunderstanding that, or is that our property, or how are we able to rezone that to park?
Through the chair, we can rezone property that the district owns through our normal rezoning process. We recently rezoned some other properties that are district owned around the outside of Valley Cliff to align with the land use designation. So this is a fairly common process. It's when we notice it and mapping inconsistencies, we track it and we bring it forwards.
So to clarify, that is our property and that's why we can do it.
Correct.
Thank you, Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, just two questions. This doesn't seem explicit in the bylaw, but in your report to council on number 10, so the storage of solid waste, there's a line that says, this requires that developments consisting of 4 or more dwelling units seek private waste removal services. And I just don't think I fully appreciate that we are requiring that developments of even as low as 4 units are seeking private waste removal services. Is that, I'm assuming that's not in the zoning bylaw, but that lives somewhere else?
Through the chair, so the residential curbside collection is all regulated through the solid waste utility and regulation bylaw. And we're trying to align our zoning bylaw requirement with that solid waste regulation bylaw.
Okay, I will dig up that bylaw and take a look at that one. And then just for clarity on number 18 as well, the light industrial use, can you just clarify what additional uses we would be adding that are not currently allowed under the MUD 2? I tried to do a mapping of the definition of light industrial versus the current allowable MUD 2 uses, but I'm still unclear what we're adding.
Through the chair, could we look into that question and circle back to it?
Totally. Thank you.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to keep going on questions, but if you do need a timeout, timeout from questions to answer that, we can do that. So I'll just keep going. Any other questions on this? I'm not seeing any other hands. Would staff like a, Councillor Stoner, is that your hand again? Or is that Mr. Vilnius? Go ahead.
I just want to follow up on the question on the no gas covenant. So there was a no gas covenant secured for the residential units only on that development.
Thank you. And I'll just offer the ability, we're due for a break here. If we need a 5-minute break, I think everyone would appreciate that. So I'll just go to council to see if there's any other questions, and then we'll do a 5-minute break. Okay. So we'll recess for 5 minutes and we'll be back shortly. Thank you. Okay, thank you. Welcome back, everybody. We're back from a brief timeout to get an answer to a question, so I will turn it back over to staff.
Thanks very much. Through the chair, in response to Councillor Stoner's question about what light industrial uses are being added under the umbrella of the light industrial, we are adding processing, fabricating, assembling, leasing, warehousing, transporting, distributing, testing, servicing, or repairing of goods or materials, and cannabis production.
Okay. And just I guess the other half of that is, are we removing any uses, or is it just these additions? I just want to make sure I understand the impact of this change.
It's just additions.
Okay, thank you. I'll go to Councillor Stoner. Do you have a follow-up? That was you started us on this path, and I'll go to Councillor Pettingill.
I think my follow-up would just be if we cross-reference that to what's currently allowed in the Area 2 of MUD 1, maybe something to really, what is like the definition like industrial is like very, very broad, but like high technology use, indoor food production, indoor recreation, that's not quite as applicable, but there are like a number of those that I feel like are kind of already articulated. So would that so it's just in addition to what's already there?
Through the chair, yes, it's just addition.
Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I just one small thing that jumped out at me, and that is leasing in the context of light industrial. What does that mean?
If I could offer,
please, yep.
A prospective leasing of goods would be, so shop that leases goods.
Okay, so it's not leasing space, which is what I was kind of confused by. Okay, and then in my mind, when you add uses, you are raising land value, land potential. We don't really have a CAC policy for this circumstance, but this is the sort of thing where typically we might talk about CACs. I guess no one has applied in this case, but I guess can staff speak a little bit to why we are doing this proactively as opposed to, at the request of a developer says like, I really want stuff to move forward. I would like a rezoning to make it easier to do something to my property. And then we'd have a discussion and we're like, why would we sort of proactively do this here?
Through the mayor, thank you for that question. We have been handling inquiries with the MUD 1 zone since its inception. It was designed differently than other zones within our bylaw, and it's created some challenges. When we look at the Area 2 specifically, it really indicates that the intention is to do some light industrial activities there. And given that these buildings are typically designed to allow for those light industrial uses, it made sense to clarify in this case that if the intention here was light industrial. It was a simple, easy cleanup that we could put in that had minimal unintended consequences. So we felt it was the right time to action it, given the considerable inquiries we have over time, specifically as it relates to Area 2 in the MUD 1 zone.
I seem to recall dealing with I think it was an application for some indoor recreation in this, or something similar in this zone, and some discussions with the proponent or with the landowner there. Was that part of the discussion, and this is where we landed, or?
Through the chair, those discussions that I think you're referencing were to Area 1, which is more restrictive and more focused on light industrial rather than some of the indoor recreation and other things that are permitted in Area 2.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful context. I'm going to go to, do you have an additional?
I have a clarification. I had said previously that cannabis production is permitted, and there's a condition further on in the zone that says it does not include cannabis production. So no cannabis production.
No cannabis production. Okay, thank you for that. I'm going to go back to Councillor Stoner.
Yeah, and I think Ms. Philp may have just answered my question, but can I just confirm that the addition of light industrial in area 2 would continue to include the subject to 39D12 that exists for area 1?
Yes, it will.
Okay, that's great. Thank you.
Any other questions at this point, Council? I feel like we're getting towards we have the staff recommendation. If someone's prepared to make, Councillor Hamilton moves that. Councillor French seconds. Would you like to speak to it?
I think the cleaning up our zoning bylaws, all of our bylaws, is an important process. Thanks for bringing these forward and keeping track of them throughout the year. Yeah, thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Pettigill.
Yeah, I will support this. I think I'm sort of satisfied by the discussion. I would just sort of say, for me personally, with this sort of thing, I do really find a change tracking copy very handy. I try to contextualize the numbers, not just against the specific bylaw, but related things which are generally nearby. And so it really helps me wrap my head around the changes when I see that change tracking piece. So just, I guess, some feedback for future bylaw changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Speaking in support of the motion, thank you for the work on this. And I think it's important to take the time to review these from time to time and adjust as needed. And so these all seem very reasonable, and I found the responses to all the questions satisfactory. So I'm happy to support. So thank you very much for the work on this. I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so next we'll go on to the District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200-2011 amendment bylaw, and this pertains to 38320 Westway Avenue. Welcome back.
All right, good evening again, Mayor and Council. Asia Philp, planner with the district. Tonight, I'm presenting a rezoning application for a residential property located at 38320 Westway Avenue, which is proposed to be converted into a dedicated childcare facility. The application has not previously been presented to Council and is brought forwards tonight for consideration of first, second, and third reading. The site is located in the Valleycliff neighborhood on Westway Ave. It's currently zoned residential 1 or R1. The surrounding land uses are all residential, zoned R1 and R5. Kitty Cloud Montessori currently operates a licensed home-based childcare facility on the property, providing care for 16 children aged 2.5 to 5 years. The property owner established the facility in 2021. The property is proposed to be rezoned from residential 1 to comprehensive development zone number 117 to allow for the residential property to become the dedicated childcare facility. The current facility operates on the ground floor of the residence, and if the rezoning is successful, the applicant intends to convert the second story of the residence to childcare so that the entire residence becomes the full childcare facility. No limit on the number of childcare spaces has been proposed within the CD 117 zone, as the number of spaces is regulated by the provincial childcare licensing regulations, as well as the BC Building Code. The CD 117 zone is based on the R1 zone with the addition of childcare facility as a permitted use. Parking requirements for the childcare facility are not able to be met on site due to property size constraints. 7 spaces are required to meet the zoning bylaw minimum requirement, and 4 spaces can be accommodated on site. To address the 3 space shortage in the short term, staff anticipate that overflow parking will occur on street on the north side of Westway Avenue. The district has medium-term plans to do a significant active transportation upgrade along Westway Ave. The proposed post-Westway upgrade parking plan is to use the east side of Juniper Crescent as there may not be parking available on Westway following these active transportation upgrades. So the medium to long-term parking plan is shown here. Engineering staff have recommended that a crosswalk be installed across Westway to support the overflow parking option on Juniper Crescent. This is shown in the figure here, and it outlines the best location for the crosswalk in the green line. The applicant has offered to install the crosswalk across Westway, which it will include widening and paving the northeast shoulder of the Juniper and Westway intersection. Engineering has indicated that a complete build-out of the crosswalk could include rectangular rapid flashing beacons, or RRFBs for short, as well as street lighting. The applicant is not able to cover the costs of the RRFBs or lighting installation, but these are not required for the proposed crosswalk to operate safely and meet Transportation Association of Canada guidelines. The RRFBs and lighting improvements to the crosswalk could be installed by the district as part of a future Transportation Department small-scale capital project as budget and staff capacity allows. To inform the community, the project was posted to the district's development review map. A development sign was also posted on the property. No requests for a project information meeting or a PIM were received, and no PIM was held. 44 public comments have been received, 43 in support and 1 against, and there were 36 signatures on the applicant's letter of petition in support of the project. Staff are in support of the rezoning application as it aligns with several key district planning documents. The proposed new childcare spaces contribute to the Squamish childcare needs assessment and strategy vision that Squamish families have access to a range of affordable, accessible, high-quality childcare options. These spaces will contribute to improving our childcare access rate, which is currently below our action plan reach target. The rezoning aligns with the OCP's quality, affordable childcare objectives, as well as our neighborhood node objective to create complete neighborhoods where residents can meet their daily needs. The rezoning also aligns with Council's strategic plan outcome, connected and livable community, by applying zoning to improve childcare access in the community. And lastly, the proposal aligns with the Community Climate Action Plan by integrating childcare facilities into existing neighborhoods to encourage active transportation. So given the current continuing urgent need to increase the number of childcare spaces in our community and the project's alignment with our various district plans and policies, staff are recommending that zoning amendment bylaw number 3145 be given first, second, and third reading, and that prior to adoption of bylaw 3145, the crosswalk improvements that have been offered by the applicant would be secured through the servicing agreement process. So that concludes my presentation, and I'll pass it back to the chair for questions and comments.
Thank you very much. Council, questions? Councillor French, go ahead.
Thanks, Mayor. Are the daycare operations like the one that's proposed here subject to any special waste management regulations? Like, do they require anything beyond a compost tote, recycle tote, and a landfill tote that's provided to most homes across the community?
Through the chair, not to my knowledge from our solid waste bylaw, but it may be covered through the childcare licensing regulations.
Okay, and I have one more question, and I have a low level of confidence you'll have an answer for me, but I'll try anyway. Is staff aware of any complaints related to the converted home on Falcon Crescent that was a home and is now a commercial daycare center? So very similar to what we're contemplating here.
Yes, through the chair, I did look into it and I got bylaw to search, and they came up with 0 complaints related to the Project Play rezoning on Falcon Crescent that happened in 2021.
Great, thank you.
Thank you. I'll go to Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, thanks for the presentation, the work on this file. Just a few questions. You mentioned that there we could advance the RRFB and crosswalk lighting improvements as like the district through a small scale capital project budget. I'm just curious if you have any insight as to like how that would be identified as a priority, or if that's like a short, like 1 to 2 year, or like medium 5+ year kind of project.
Through the chair, in discussion with the manager of transportation, he has said that they will aim to construct the RRFBs within approximately a year of if the daycare moves forward and the crosswalk does go in. I'm unsure of what their internal process is for vetting their various small scale projects.
Okay, that's helpful to know that it could bump it up on the internal prioritization process. And then I was just wondering if staff can clarify how many of the 4 on-site parking spaces would be secured for drop-off pickup versus staff parking, or if that's known.
Yeah, through the chair, I'll speak to it and then I'll invite the applicant to speak if needed. There are 2 spaces in the garage, and so these will very likely be used by the staff, leaving 2 spaces for drop-off and pickup by parents.
That's very reasonable, thank you. And then I was just curious, the Binney traffic report suggests that the parking spaces on site would be back in angle parking. And while I think that this is best practice, I'm just curious how realistic it is to assume that that's actually what we intend to have happen. Is that like, do we put signage up to request that cars do that? I think we tried that along Cleveland and it wasn't super successful.
Yeah, through the chair, I think the onus and the responsibility is on the operator to make sure that the parents are all adhering to that approach. It would be very challenging for us to have any mechanism or tool to enforce that on our own. The one thing that's been discussed is that there's probably an opportunity to add additional signage along Westway to say no parking or blocking the sidewalks or bike lanes.
Okay, other questions? Councilor Pettingill?
Yeah, this proposal has prompted some feedback, which actually didn't speak to the rezoning specifically, but did speak to crosswalks and traffic calming and those concerns in this very vicinity. What happens to those comments? Like, do we sort of proactively forward them to our transportation folks, or what happens there?
Through the chair, I think this is kind of a council mail process question line.
Just to make sure I understand the question properly, you're inquiring as to what happens with the council mail that's been received to the council at squamish.ca email address at this point?
Well, I think, people saw this and their response to it, like it's clearly that their response was prompted by this, is in the context of this, but they didn't actually speak to the business. They spoke to the traffic issues, but not the business itself. And so, I think in their minds, they're probably assuming they sent it, there's a correct feedback, and this goes into the right place. I want to check if that's a fair assumption, or, if they didn't comment explicitly on the daycare piece, do we just sort of, those emails go off in the ether? I just want to sort of confirm what happens there.
So through the chair, specifically in this situation, the transportation manager informed me that he had received council mail in relation to my rezoning that involved the crosswalk. And so I think the mail is going to the appropriate person.
Okay, thank you. And then just can you remind me the parking requirements that we're speaking about here? Do we have specific regulations specific to daycares? Is this general commercial regulations that are driving the parking requirements, or how does that work?
Through the chair, as per our zoning bylaw that lists all of the various uses and the required parking, there's one that is for childcare facilities. The calculation is very similar to a commercial or a retail calculation.
Okay, I think those are my questions for now. Thank you.
So on this, the matter of parking, the parking, in the report, it talks about the need to stagger, and that some of that will just happen based on how different households' schedule. But I seem to recall dealing with some other of these sort of larger scale daycare facilities in residential areas where we've been a bit more prescriptive that way. Can you speak to the approach of that we've landed on as opposed to being more explicit around the expected staggering to make the parking, I guess, work?
So through the chair, we recommended to the applicant that they review the Project Play Falcon Crescent project because they put into place several parking demand management tools that, based on that, we haven't received complaints and it seems to be operating and functioning well, we thought would be useful. So the applicant took that into consideration and is also prioritizing placement for families that live in Valley Cliff. So further hoping that people will actively transport their kids to the location. And then they're also committing to doing on-site bike and stroller parking, secure bike and stroller parking to also support that. So there's other kind of parking demand management tools that they're trying to put into place here.
Okay, and it just doesn't, the recommendation doesn't explicitly call that out. Is that captured in one of these bullet points? Is that implied somewhere else?
So through the chair, the Falcon Crescent project put some of these within a covenant. And it's just been our experience on the ground that these are really hard to enforce or even to follow up on. And so we are putting our faith that this applicant will be responsible and run a responsible business. So there's a bit of a leap that needs to be made there. The covenant tool is a very clunky and challenging tool.
Okay, thank you.
If I may add,
Yep.
a covenant in our experience is only as good as your ability to enforce it. And a covenant such as the one of the Project Play one would be very difficult for staff to consistently and reliably enforce, and therefore would be very challengeable.
Okay, thank you. I hope the collective sigh in this room when the zero number of complaints was communicated is sets the expectation of what we expect when those things are in place. They do work. So I accept the feedback that, you know, being more prescriptive and securing those measures with the covenant isn't necessarily the preferred path, but the actions there that result in zero complaints are important. So I tried to turn that into a question somewhere. It wasn't going to happen. So I just wanted to say that out loud. I'll go over to Councillor Pettingill.
So sorry, is there a significant cost or burden to putting on a covenant? Because I understand that can be some challenges in terms of enforcement and so on, but intuitively, if it's not prohibitively expensive or difficult to add one, and it does give us a little bit of leverage, in my mind, if things got really bad, it is a tool that we wouldn't otherwise have. Like, is there a reason, just sort of as a backup, why it's really difficult or unadvisable to do that?
Through the mayor, there is quite a cost associated with developing the covenant and then registering on title, especially for the applicant as well. They'd have to incur their own legal fees to proceed with that, and there would be a delay to the work that they're intending to do. So in the interest of not getting in the way of new childcare spaces, staff would recommend not proceeding with the covenant. Furthermore, the things that we're more likely to enforce on consistently are bylaw complaints related to on-street parking, as opposed to, for example, not providing stroller spaces on site. Getting that complaint and referencing the covenant and going to enforce it is outside of our operational capacity.
Okay. I'm just going to take I'm going to take us off topic slightly. is I've just heard that we've got someone ready to move the recommendation. I'm going to move a motion to extend this meeting past 10 o'clock, just to not get in the way of the debate of this if needed, seconded by Councillor Hamilton. I'll speak to it briefly. I'm sorry, but we have lots more work to do. So all in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, go ahead.
I'd like to move the staff recommendation.
Thank you. Second by Councillor Greenlaw. Would you speak to it?
Thanks very much for bringing this to us. Thanks very much to staff for finding a way to facilitate the effectively safe transport of children to the childcare facility along Westway. It gives me great confidence. This is already a 30-kilometer-an-hour zone. It's already a school zone. And I agree with staff's perspective that enforcing covenants like stroller parking and getting very, very detailed on our requirements on exactly how things are formatted is perhaps not the right approach. And I think there's a level that we need to trust that the parents dropping off kids at the childcare are going to be doing so in a responsible manner. And if they don't, that there will be bylaw complaints about parking on street, and any issues we'll need to deal with them that way. But on the broader scope, I think this appears to be an excellent way to be bringing childcare into our community, certainly less expensive than other childcare in Valleycliff. Thank you.
Go ahead, Councillor Greenlaw.
Thanks through the chair. Thanks for all the work on this, staff. And just speaking in support of the motion, I'm very happy to support this rezoning. We know around this table that our community is in desperate need of childcare. Our lack of available childcare disproportionately impacts women and can be devastating to women who have worked years to establish careers only to have their work invalidated by a forced multi-year absence due to lack of childcare. And also the mental health impact of parenting without needed support is massive and underreported. I also want to say, as somebody who spends a lot of time in this area, I'm really happy to see this crosswalk being put in. It's really difficult to cross the street in that location without a crosswalk. And I do hope, given the location, that many parents will walk and bike their children to the childcare instead of drive. And I'm happy to hear the proponent is supportive of this mode shift as well. Side note, just to Councillor Hamilton's comment, it is a 30-kilometer speed zone, I think, when school is in session. I don't think it is all the time. So it might be worthwhile to consider some advocacy around that to extend that throughout the summer months, because childcare is year round. So yeah, thank you for that.
Thank you. I've got Councillor French, Pettingill, then Stoner.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Herford. Expressions of opposition to this zoning change suggest that parking and vehicle mayhem will result. I'm a little more optimistic, a lot more optimistic, actually. We've got engineering solutions that are being suggested, and I expect that parents and guardians will be laser focused when crossing Westway with their young people on their way to this center. And one of the advantages of a commercial daycare operation like this within a neighborhood is the convenience that it offers for parents who live within blocks of the daycare. So I'm really pleased to hear that the proponent is planning to put an emphasis on potential future clients who live close by. I'm confident that many families will make use of that, and in the nearby homes will take advantage of it. I expect it'll be interesting, or in the best interest of the daycare operator, to have as many nearby families as their clients as possible, because managing strollers and bikes is way easier than managing vehicles. Daycare operations like the one that's proposed here work well. As we've heard, we just need to look at the Ravenswood example, where that commercial daycare center seems to be operating seamlessly. And then I think that another advantage here is the profitability for the daycare operator. We need our daycare operators to be financially successful. And I think that this is one way to ensure that that success is built in. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I guess it seems to me from the data we have, there are child dense neighborhoods basically everywhere in Squamish. It is a community of families and young children. And there are plenty of people in families and children in walking distance to fill this daycare up. I think one of the things that encourages people to drive to the daycare is the lack of daycare in Squamish. And so to get the one that can fit your kid, you're maybe feeling like you have to drive across town to get there. And I think the solution to that is not making it more challenging for new daycares to open in communities where the kids are, but to make it easier. And I think reducing the parking requirements is a way to have more daycares in communities that people can walk to, and then people will walk to them with their kids. And so I see this actually as a step towards, and this one isn't going to solve the whole problem, unfortunately, but is it a step towards alleviating parking challenges related to daycare? And I hope to see a place where, you know, if you're a family, you can count on there being a walkable daycare in your neighborhood. And so I hope this is another step towards that eventual utopia. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stoner.
Thank you. Through the chair, I would like to channel Councillor Pettingill's vision of utopia, being able to walk and bike to all the childcare facilities. As somebody who bikes my two kids up the hill frequently, and as a result ends up taking a car maybe too frequently. But I digress. Sorry, it's late. I do support the motion on the floor. I want to thank staff and in particular the proponents for getting creative and finding different ways to bring childcare to our community. We know that this is a much needed service in our community, that the access rates are slightly improved by 1%, I think the staff report said, but largely as a result of a declining child population, not necessarily because more spaces have opened up. It is really hard to open childcare spaces, and I think that this is a really innovative model. And I'd like to thank the proponents and staff for working through finding solutions, as well as for the community support that we received through this application process. There were some concerns raised, but many of the concerns raised were really laser focused on being solutions oriented and addressing kind of the existing challenges that are on Westway. And we know that some traffic calming measures are much needed in that area. And I'm encouraged to hear that that feedback has also been handed off to our transportation staff, and that there might be some opportunity to improve on the offers that have been made by this proponent to put in the sidewalk, that in a year or two we might be able to add some additional support there through our own budgets for further improvements to that sidewalk. Sorry, not sidewalk, crosswalk. But with that, thank you to everybody involved, and I'm happy to support the motion on the floor. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson.
When the Child Care Action Plan was presented to Council in May 2020, it was a memorable experience for me. As not being a parent of young children in Squamish, I really felt I received an education. I remember it very vividly. So this time around with this application, I really appreciate the testimonials, the stories regarding childcare space needs in the public input received. I'm satisfied that the traffic safety issues are well identified and taken into consideration in pending plans, including in the transportation and parking demand management apparently being implemented by the applicant. And I'm very glad that staff have highlighted this effort. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm speaking in support of the motion. I think I'd like to thank the applicant for taking this step to address the childcare needs in our community. I think this makes a lot of sense. Initially, my first response was, well, I wish it wasn't on Westway. However, I'm happy with the solutions presented here, and I look forward to seeing this come to a reality. I do think that it is important that we share our successes and what sort of operational things have led to positive reviews from the community around the operation of these. And I agree that it can be cumbersome to put them into a covenant or be more prescriptive, but this is certainly something where we can learn and we can share, and perhaps, I don't know if we want to develop a best practices guide or something here, but I do think that we do have examples of this working in the community, and I expect that same high level to continue here. So I also appreciate that that having access to childcare in the community is incredibly important, but ideally having it, I share this utopian vision. There's other pieces of this utopia, of course, but where there's choice for childcare, and you can choose one that's close to you or close to your work or whatever that best choice is. And that's why we need to keep pushing on the access rate, so that those are choices families can actually make, versus going just strictly on what's available and dealing with that, with whatever that may be. So I think this moves us in that direction, but there is work to do. And I also think that this is an incredible way to realize increased childcare in the community. When I think about the other ways that we've done facilitated childcare in the community, whether it's, restrictive covenants on commercial spaces for dedicated daycare space, or, the actual construction of facilities. So this feels like a great path forward, and I'm happy to support it. Then I'll call the question. All in favor? Happy to report that was supported unanimously. Thank you very much and congratulations. So next we'll move on to District of Squamish 2025 to 2029 5-year financial plan bylaw amendments. Okay, the floor is yours when you're ready.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. My name is Harmony Cornwell, Director of Facilities, and I'm supported by my colleague, Pascal St. Louis, General Manager of Public Safety. This one? Thank you. We are here this evening to provide a recommendation for furthering the Squamish Search and Rescue relocation project from their current headquarters at 42000 Loggers Lane Road to the new airport location at 45991 Government Road. As outlined in the report, we are recommending that Council give 3 readings to the District of Squamish 2025 to 2029 5-year financial plan bylaw number 3137 2024 and amendment bylaw number 3181 2025. We will give a brief background and project summary that was shared in more detail in the June 24, 2025 Committee of the Whole meeting and report. For those who may be unfamiliar with SAR's history in Squamish, I will begin by sharing a few details. SAR is a registered charity operating out of the District of Squamish. SAR's operating area stretches from Porto Cove to Daisy Lake. SAR has been delivering its services for over 47 years in the Squamish area and has grown to over 70 volunteer members. Part of their purpose is to establish and maintain an organization of volunteers for search and rescue operations and to promote and assist in survival and safety education in the backcountry, along with delivering SAR prevention and awareness programs. To recap the relocation project from 2019 to today, in 2019, a process was initiated and completed to find space for SAR's relocated base, and in 2023, an MOU was signed between the district and SAR to support a relocation to the airport location. Between 2023 to today, pre-construction planning, funding, and site preparations have been undertaken. The intent is for construction to begin this August. We are here this evening to advance the steps required for the implementation of Council's June 24, 2025 direction to staff to pursue a SAR-led build and SAR building ownership under a land tenure agreement with the district. The next step is an administrative financial plan bylaw amendment that will amend the capital expenditure to an operating expense. Once the funding is classified as an operating expense, staff will finalize the community capital agreement between the district and SAR in alignment with the community agreements policy. Concurrently, the district will provide SAR with a license to construct. In both these documents, ownership of the interim structure in Phase 1 will be recognized as owned by SAR. This concludes my presentation. I would like to end by thanking SAR for their continued services to our community, and I will leave the staff recommendation on the screen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Council, this is something that we have seen at Committee of the Whole. Do you have any questions at this time on the overall or the specific action? Seeing none, Councillor French moves the staff recommendation. That's what that signal was, and you're seconding that, Councillor Hamilton. Great. Would you like to speak to it, Councillor French?
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Herford. This decision, as you pointed out, is consistent with previous directions aimed at making sure that search and rescue volunteers have a functional operation center. This is just one more step on the way to providing those volunteers with what they need to respond to the emergencies that they're dispatched to. In this current season, I'm expecting almost on a daily basis.
Thank you. Other comments? Councillor Pettingill?
Yeah, I do support this and really appreciate what Search and Rescue does for our community. My only hesitation, and I raised this at the Committee of the Whole, is I think a provincial discussion of whether or not the province is adequately stepping up. And we do see where SAR is not able to step in, then we end up funding our fire department to step in at great cost. And I think in my mind, the availability of ambulances, which is tied in with provincial support and paramedics and so on, is tied in here. And so I think where we are right now, it's important to support SAR and make sure the service stays in our community. But there is a big advocacy piece, I think, for us as well in terms of provincial funding for some of these emergency response services.
Yep. Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Greenlaw.
Through the chair, just wanted to again express my gratitude as well for this group. Happy to assist in any way that I can for them to be rehomed, and yeah, just thanks for their services. Thank you, and thanks to staff for bringing this forward.
So speaking in support of the motion, I think as others have said, this is an incredibly valuable service that's provided to our community. I do think there's room for more assistance from other levels of government, but from our seats, I think this is us doing what we can to support this initiative. And I'm excited that there will be a long-term permanent permanent home for SAR in the community when we're on the other side of this project. And that's really exciting. So happy to support and to see the next steps. So I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you so much. Okay, Council. We have some adoptions here. So as is our usual practice, we don't have a presentation for adoptions. This just signals that everything has been done so that we can adopt these. So I'll be looking for someone to move the first one, which is the Schedule O Waterfront Landing Subarea Plan. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, second by Councillor French. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. I'm going to keep moving quickly. So if you want to speak to any of these, jump up and down. Is there a question somewhere? Sorry. Oh, okay. Sorry. So we had Councillor Greenlaw opposed in the last one. Sorry. Thank you. The next one is Waterfront Landing South. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, second by Councillor French. All in favor? Any opposed? Councillor Greenlaw opposes. Motion carries. Thank you. So next is the subdivision and development control bylaw, and this is relates to the downtown public realm and streetscape design guidelines. Moved by Councillor Hamilton, second by Councillor French. Any comments? All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. So next we have District of Squamish zoning bylaw number 2200-2011. This relates to 1221 Pioneer Way Business Park alignment. Moved by Councillor French, seconded by Councillor Hamilton to change it up. Are you speaking to this? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, as spoken to before, I would like to be able to support this, but I don't have sufficient risk understanding in terms of the wood fiber Fortis LNG feeder pipeline. And so regrettably, at this point, I'm not able to support this.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor Greenlaw, Pettingill opposed. Motion carries. Thank you. I need a quick sidebar here. Forgive me for a second. So we missed one. So under adoption, so B2, under B2, there's a second that I had assumed we did together, but we're going to do the second that because we were not explicit about that. So Councillor French moves, Councillor Hamilton seconds. I'll just double check. Is everyone clear what we're voting on? To be clear. Okay, I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor Greenlaw opposes. Motion carries. Thank you to staff for keeping us on the right track here. We don't have any late agenda items. We did not have any correspondence action requested. And now we're on to items referred from the consent agenda. What I'm going to do is we'll deal with them in the order they appear in the consent agenda for lack of another way of prioritizing them. So bear with me here. First up, there would be the letter letter to the District of Squamish from the nation regarding the fireworks ban, and I believe that was Councillor Pettingill. Did you pull that one?
Yes, and my reason for pulling is, and I did, it was yesterday, but sent a question just wanting a reminder on what our current fireworks bylaw says. There's a request from Squamish Nation to enact a ban similar to theirs, and I can't remember where we are. Have we already done that, or what our current alignment is with their request?
Okay, would someone like to speak to that? I have go ahead.
Hi, Pascal St. Louis, General Manager of Public Safety through the Mayor. Our current bylaw does not, our current fire services bylaw does not align with what, with the Squamish Nation fireworks ban bylaw that they currently have. We are in the process of updating our fire services bylaw to align with new regulations that have come from the Fire Safety Act, which will be coming forward to Council in the fall. At this time, we could consider scoping in some updates to update our the firework restrictions that are currently outlined in the fire services bylaw. For a reminder, we do allow the fire or discharge of fireworks within the boundaries of the District of Squamish for permitted use, specifically on permitted use days, which is October 31st, December 31st, and other celebratory dates as approved by the fire chief. We have heard also from other partners, such as the RCMP, that fireworks have been problematic at recent events, such as Halloween last year. So I know that there is support on that front as well for the Squamish Nation recommended ban.
So just if I just put it to council, I think at this point in time, referring this letter to the fire services bylaw update work would be the step. And then when that comes to us, we can look and see what the recommendations sort of follow from that. I see, I have other hands for questions. I just want to sort of lob that out there as a likely course of action with this one. Councillor Stoner?
I was gonna make a similar motion, so all good.
Okay, so I'll move that we refer this letter to the ongoing fire services bylaw review for consideration. And I'm going to count your earlier hand, Councillor Stoner, is seconding that. I think it's worth exploring this, and yeah, and we'll have a fulsome conversation around that bylaw when it comes back to us. We're hearing in the fall, so look forward to that coming, hopefully before Halloween. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries unanimously. Thank you. So next we have the next letter from CN. And Councillor Anderson, I believe you pulled this one.
Yes, Mayor Herford. I've already distributed in advance a proposed resolution to my colleagues. However, I'll read it out, and if there's a seconder, I'd be prepared to speak to it. The resolution has three components. Firstly, that the mayor write a letter to the Provincial Minister of Transportation and Transit expressing concern and requesting consultation regarding CN Rail's potential discontinuance of the rail line between Squamish and Williams Lake as proposed in its revised 3-year rail network plan. And that the letter may highlight the risks to regional transportation access and future economic development and to the resiliency of our provincial transportation corridors, especially in consideration of climate change impacts. And that the letter be copied to municipal and regional district governments between Squamish and Williams Lake and to the Squamish, Lilwat, Naquatqua, and Statliam nations within the Squamish-Lilwat Regional District area. Again, if there's a seconder, I'll speak to it briefly.
I'll happily second that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor Herford. My proposed resolution is motivated by three general concerns. Firstly, that we should learn the lessons of the recent past, or from the past, but also the recent past. We've had rail corridor service disruptions due to catastrophic events such as landslides, snow avalanches, serious snow avalanche events in 2004 that backed up traffic all the way down to Florida. Very serious. And flood events 2021 and the 2021 Lytton fire. All of these events affected the potential use or the use of the BC rail line that is proposed for discontinuance. We should learn from this history and keep in mind that big railway companies may have short memories. And for supply chain resiliency and lack of redundancy, these should be general concerns. The second set of concerns, longer-term concerns for the corridor, regional transportation access, and economic development. And again, long-term concerns, because once you discontinue a rail line, it's very difficult to bring back. Thirdly, who decides anyway? Does leaving the fate of critical infrastructure solely to CN's discretion serve the public interest? This may be a question we might pose to the minister. We will have Squamish perspectives on this issue, and there are several. We have businesses affected by CN rail service levels and track maintenance. We also have experience with maintenance with respect to safety. In fact, 2 fatalities and a serious chemical spill in the Squamish subdivision. But there are also corridor perspectives, and I'm suggesting that liaison with rail corridor communities to the north is very important. We have a forest sector that may in future be revived, and in particular in the South Caribou, which is particularly badly hit by the mountain pine beetle. They will hope to revive that and need transportation options to market their products. And we, of course, will all be aware of third-party passenger tourist train services that all of the communities in the corridor are in support of reviving. So we may have additional questions for the minister. I'll leave it at this for now, but it's my suggestion it's important that we voice our concerns and that we do it in liaison with the other communities of the corridor. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, just speaking in support of my colleague's motion, I know a number of us have supported the Elbows Up for Climate initiative, which, among other things, asked to build a national high-speed rail and intercity bus system. I mean, I don't think we're we're hoping for high-speed rail along that corridor in the next year or two. But as technologies change and so on, I think we do want to be mindful of the opportunities we are giving away or missing if we move too quickly. And I think as we think about regional transit too, rail has often been a key piece of that in many places. The other, sort of on the flip side, I think it's important as we move forward on this discussion, railways do have a pretty challenging history with First Nations. And so I'm glad that we are looking to include some of the First Nations, but how we have that discussion, how we engage in, has to be done very thoughtfully, I think, because of that history.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor French.
Yeah, I fully support this motion. I think that this transportation corridor is an important one in light of the growing demand on Highway 99. And as a corridor to the tourist offerings in Whistler, at minimum, I want to see some consultation because I think that this particular transportation corridor has value well into the future.
Thank you. Any other comments on this? Oh, sorry. Councillor Stoner, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you through the chair. Fully support this just with a minor amendment, if my council colleagues would allow it, that the letter also be copied to CN Rail, just so they're aware of our displeasure with this.
Okay, we're going to take that as a formal amendment. Councillor French seconds. I think it makes good sense. I'll call the vote on the amendment. All in favor? Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you for that. Any other comment? So I'll just be brief. I'll speak to this briefly. I think as I'm thinking through what the contents of this needs to be, the issue that Councillor Pettingill raised around how rail and relates to First Nations. I don't know that the folks that will be CCing here on this list would necessarily think that this is I don't know how they will think about this, if this is, maybe this is considered a positive in their light. So I think I can balance that. And I also think there's opportunity here. The request is for consultation, and I believe this guidance is open enough where an invite to group together to have some joint advocacy inclusive of the nations would be an element I'll include. And I think that's sort of implied in who the audience is here, but that will be my approach, and I'll do my best to be sensitive to the topic that maybe we may be stepping on a landmine with some of these referrals, but I do think it's important that we have that broader conversation, and I'm happy to find that nuance and take that work on. Go ahead, Councillor Anderson.
I'll just briefly comment on the latter issue of the significance for First Nations of this matter. Of course, it's a long and difficult history, the relationship with railways, but just two examples to draw out the positives that would be involved for First Nations. The Lillooet Tribal Council has tried to start a forest enterprise in the Lillooet area, and they have been stymied by the lack of transportation options to get those products to market. And another example is the Nakwatka First Nation, along with other nations to the north in the Seton Lake area, rely on a gas car on the rail to get their kids to school. So there's a lot of dependencies and new and growing interest on the part of First Nations in the forest product sector. They're coming to have prominent ownership positions in that sector and in the interior. That's their economic hope. And for this, they need transportation options. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no other comments, I'll call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? No, motion carries. Thank you. So in order, again, going in the order they appear in the original agenda, our next item would be the Q2 wood fiber LNG Fortis Eagle Mountain pipeline projects update. And just as a reminder, as we get into this, if we go, we don't have a lot of room to debate to discuss this before it triggers a referral to a future meeting where we can have appropriate staff in attendance. So I just want to highlight that before we start the discussing this particular piece, but I will go to Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, thanks. And just to, I guess, to give people a summary, the second time I will address is a request to refer discussion to a upcoming meeting. But the first thing, and I'd sort of look for some advice on how to address it. I don't think tonight is the place to discuss it, but when I saw the update, and I know Wood Fiber, we gave them some feedback on what information they're providing to the community. I found it challenging with some of the information provided. It stepped over the line of what I was expecting is very sort of on the ground practical.
So sorry, I just want to get some clarity before you go in too far. Are you speaking about the portion of this update that was provided by the proponent, like that sort of slide deck piece? Is that the part you're speaking to? I just want to make sure we clarify between the staff report and the proponent provided materials.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Yes, in the proponent provided materials, and we'd given the proponent feedback on what they provided us. I have for, there was some useful, I think, relevant information in this. There was other information where I felt more like we were providing a public relations platform for the proponent, and in my mind, possibly even crossing into assisting a business. And so I think it's worthwhile to have a bit of discussion about what we're looking for in there. And for me, just an example, things about attending chamber events and so on, or, that's not the sort of critical information I think is important in our quarterly updates. They can provide that through their own PR channels. And I think some of the information about they're doing this structure, that structure, I'm not hearing questions from the community about their piping system. I'm hearing about the flare stack and how does that work. And as part of the LNG committee, as far as on council, I have some understanding of, at least at the time, they are burning 10% of their input gas just in the pilot lights. And the flare, there's a giant flare 3% of the time, but there's a smaller pilot light flare all of the time, and significant ongoing. And so these are the areas where I think the community has interest. So tightening up and figuring out how we are getting the information that the community is really interested in and has a more direct impact on the community, and then leaving their PR efforts to their own PR channels. That's what I would like to address. And so how do we address that?
Yeah, I think it's interesting. Is an interesting point. When I was reading this, I was reflecting on the last one that we had that had a sort of a slide deck from Fortis and a very minor table from Wood Fiber. And so on one hand, I was encouraged to see we're getting more information. However, shared the concerns around the pieces that were there that maybe weren't materials. So I think we could decide as a council, it would be totally fair to set the expectation of what we'd like to see in these reports. So if we would like to see strictly a staff report and nothing directly from the proponents, like that slide deck style approach, we could provide that direction. And I think we could do that now. That's a conversation for us as a council. If we want to get into the content of or debating, various pieces, I think that's something that we need to refer to a future meeting. I think, I don't know if there is a staff member that's available to speak to what criteria was given to them for this, when there likely isn't that here. So perhaps we could refer this to in that case, we could refer to a future meeting prior to the next update to just discuss what the expectations are of the report itself. I think would be fair as well. So I think we have both. I'm more inclined to support referring to a future meeting to discuss sort of what content is expected, so that what we get meets our expectations. And the direction given to the proponents, is in line as well. So, so I'll make that motion that we refer this to a future meeting to discuss the content of future quarterly updates. Are you seconding that by not nodding? I'm assigning that to you. Okay, I think I've spoken enough to it, so I'll call the question. I've spoken enough to it. Has anyone else like to speak to and this is just on, referring it to the future meeting. Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor Herford. I won't be supporting this motion. I have full faith and confidence in the staff that makes up the Major Projects Industrial Department. And this just feels like a make work project for me. I trust their judgment in putting together these reports. Yeah, I'm not supporting this.
Okay, thank you. I'll just say that I'm supportive of this to make sure that our reports that we are tasking staff with end up meeting the expectations of this table and the community. So I think it's important that we're intentional with that, and if we have structural comments on what we'd like to see, then we should explore those. Go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to speak in support of the motion. You know, we've had conversations about this around other issues too, like for instance, MP Weiler's updates. Like they're not meant to be promotional and self-promoting. They're meant to be factual. And so I think, yeah, I think it merits having a future conversation of how to keep it that way. Just factual, not promotional, what's happening in the project that the public should know about. So happy to support. Thanks.
Thank you. With that, I'll call the question. All in favor? And opposed? Councillor French opposes. Motion carries. Thank you. So next.
So just on this same topic, a second motion.
Oh, okay.
The quarterly report references the very brief and quickly arrived EAO Flotel 2 amendment.
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
And by the way, I mean, meant to reach out to the EAO, their site security certificates have expired, so you can't actually go to the site easily and read any info because you get all kinds of warnings that it's unsafe. And that seems to be a fairly common occurrence for the BC EAO. But anyways, I think there is some relevant information of community interest that council should consider providing feedback around. I don't think tonight is the time to get into that, but I would like to basically have a council discussion. We are not constrained in the same way we are in a TUP decision discussion. And so we are able to address, I think, broader community interest and feedback that we hear to the degree we think is appropriate. So I would move that the quarterly report and EAO Flotel amendment, that the EAO Flotel 2 amendment application be referred to a meeting for council discussion prior to the EAO amendment feedback deadline.
Just before we go there, I'd like to ask a question to, if I can, to staff. What is the process for district feedback to the EA on the amendments that's planned before we consider something that might be a change to that, or just could someone speak to what the plan is for that?
Thank you through the mayor. So staff did look into this because there was a question in agenda planning. The district as an entity has not been provided an opportunity to give feedback. We have had the offer and the opportunity for a staff member to join the technical committee that will be providing feedback to the EAO. And then certainly councillors, members of the public, the feedback period is open until August 2nd. Thank you. It's getting late. So there is not a formal request of the EAO for the district as an entity to provide feedback.
Okay. Councillor, I just wanted to get an answer to that before you considered your motion, but go ahead with your motion.
Yeah, so, and just in context, the council has, as a council, provided feedback to EAO amendments and or the, I think, certificate extension and so on. So we have as a body done this before, for what it's worth. But again, it's resolved that the EAO Flotel 2 amendment application be referred to a meeting for council discussion prior to the EAO amendment feedback deadline.
Okay, and that's seconded by Councillor Greenlaw. Go ahead.
So in practical terms, I think this means the July 29th meeting, but I like to avoid those specifics if it's not really necessary. So that's why it's worded the way it is. But, you know, I would like us to have a discussion and see what we decide before the deadline. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments?
Ditto.
So I just want to be clear, my question to the mover, this is a, I'm trying to understand this motion to me creates time on an agenda, but I'm trying to understand what action it directs staff to do. Are we expecting a draft feedback to be provided to us at that time, or is your motion doesn't speak specifically to that? So is this something that's purely for council debate, or is there an expectation of staff in this process?
I think if staff wishes to add into the discussion, welcome to hear council staff's position, but I think it is sufficient for us as councillors. I mean, we talk to our community, we hear concerns to raise and discuss with each other what pieces of feedback we would like to have. I did go through the amendment. I thought tonight might be my only opportunity to provide feedback. I think there's lots of non-technical feedback aligned with our current policy, recent discussions. So it's not like something requiring deep technical analysis, I think, to provide some worthwhile input from a council perspective.
Okay, so this is a discussion for council is what you're envisioning here. Okay. Any other comments on this? Yeah, given that that is the answer, is that this is going to be a conversation with council. I'll do my best to facilitate a time for that, and I'll support this. I'm not drawing any conclusion as to what that feedback might be, and perhaps when we look at it, we can even get to that point and have a specific discussion about whether we do or don't provide feedback overall too. So I'm not being prescriptive there in my support, but I do think I feel it's important that whatever action we take, it's intentional, and that deserves more discussion than we're going to be able to give it today. So I'll support the motion. I'll call the question, and unless there's any other comments, I'll call the question. All in favor? Motion carries. Or opposed? Anybody? I didn't miss anybody. Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. So next up, I think this is the final item, was the second I in the on the agenda, which is the temporary use permit number TU 80, the WLNG temporary floating workforce accommodation item. I'm just going to clarify with Legislative Services where this puts us, having pulled it from the consent agenda. Do you have any process pieces before we start this discussion, just to make sure we know where we are?
So council approved this recommendation of the committee of the whole. So this is what they say the sober second thought is. So you are you're considering this motion for ratification. So it is an opportunity to ensure all of council is, not all of council, but the majority of council is on board with this motion.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Pettingill.
And just to further clarify, my understanding, this is a recommendation from the committee, even though it's the same individuals. And so now that we have it as a council, we are free, should we choose to go in a slightly different direction or to vote on as is. So from that perspective, I would move that council direct staff to bring forward TUP number TU 4080 for consideration, and that's 4 zeros. For consideration in accordance with legislative requirements for public notification without hearing a public hearing subsequent to the conclusion of the BCAO amendment for the flotel number 2. And if seconded, I will speak to that change.
Is there a seconder for the motion? Councillor Greenlaw seconds. Go ahead, Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, so I know we had some discussion about this, and I made an attempt, which was not successful. But as I looked at what was in the EAO amendment, there are things like powering the flotel with fossil fuels, with diesel. There is information about a 25-year project, and I think in terms of the some of those things are not relevant to a TUP, but in my mind, there is a lot of conditions, smaller conditions, I would say, we might request as part of our EAO feedback. And I think how the EAO responds to those requests for particular conditions or suggestions or tweaks would be very informative to what we can reasonably achieve for our community in terms of a TUP. I think from my perspective and my belief is that regardless of where individual councillors are on whether they generally support the TUP, I think we are all looking to make sure that we find the greatest benefits and least harm for our community. And so I think making sure we are pushing as much as we can, if we're going to support a TUP on TUP conditions for the benefit of our community, that's in, I think, alignment with everyone's interests. And I think seeing what the EAO does with our EAO condition request will be very instructive to where we can or can't push on a TUP. And so I would really like that understanding as I go into discussing for a TUP what conditions I want if I'm going to support it. And so that is my rationale for asking that we have this discussion again after we see what the EAO does with our EAO amendment or EAO feedback.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Greenlaw as a seconder, would you like to speak to it?
Sure. I mean, some of this is just reiterating comments that I've made before, but one of the pieces is I do feel very uncomfortable with approving a TUP that we don't have a clear idea of what the liability that the district will hold if there is an accident. For instance, if there is a failure in the dam and Henriette Lake Dam, and I would like to see that hazard assessment. I would like to see it made public, those pieces. Further to that, again, I'm just going to reiterate, this is my sister industry, and $2 million held as a deposit for $200 million worth of assets and 1,300 people is woefully insufficient. And I don't think that protects us as a district. If there is a fire, if there is an accident, if there is anything and those assets are abandoned, that is going to be a massive financial burden to our community. And this is, once again, this is an industry that clearly and blatantly has a legacy of abandoning assets and leaving those responsibilities with the community members. I think it is far too risky. We were set to receive $10 million as a deposit for one flotel, and we are now down to $2 million for 2 flotels. And I just don't think that's prudent. So I would implore my council colleagues to consider the liability that we are potentially taking on, and consider that though $2 million may seem like a lot to people sitting around this table, it is an absolute pittance to multi-billion-dollar corporations. And again, I'm just going to say this is a factual statement. $2 million is what is held for a 50-person exploration camp in northern BC, which with minimal infrastructure. So it is nothing in this industry. Just putting that out there. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. So I'm going to go to Councillor Stoner next.
Thank you through the chair, and thanks to my colleague for putting this motion on the floor. I will be supporting the motion. I'm not here to debate the merits of the actual application itself, but from a procedural perspective, I think that this continues to be important for me. We heard from staff last time that advancing the TUP decision doesn't actually bring Flotel 1 into compliance any sooner. It still requires the EAO approval of Flotel number 2, and that's a big question mark at this point. So I would like to focus whatever limited resources we have on providing information to the EAO, seeking understanding of what their process is, and then doing our due diligence to ensure that we go through our own process for assessing a TUP application. I don't think that this should be done in advance of an EAO decision. Thank you.
So I'm going to ask staff a question of clarity here. And I know it's challenging in the midst of a debate, but this, I know that we're here to consider sort of taking our own, accepting a recommendation from committee. However, in the time between, like, have we made progress? Are we getting answers, or is there anything new that we can share, particularly on I've heard about the safety piece in particular, the dam, we heard some from the public earlier on the dam safety. Like, are we getting we making some progress on this? Is there anything you can share with us at this time without the danger of inviting you into the debate, staff into the debate, but might be helpful in the decision?
Absolutely. Staff can provide a bit of an update for council because there has been progress since the committee meeting. So we've been able to connect back with the proponent for the temporary use permit. And I just want to clarify that staff have reviewed both the 2022 and the 2025 Henriette Dam reports when it comes to the TEP application. The proponents have updated their security to 4 million, 2 million per vessel since that time.
Sure. We're not here to debate the actual details of the TUP and what has been changed. So why have we asked staff to come into the debate with additional details that's forthcoming?
I wanted to just seek clarity on what has happened in the space between, because we have had a week of work, and I just wonder if that informs this decision in any way. So I'm not getting into like whether that's enough. I just want.
The motion on the floor is whether we bring it back after the EAO decision or not what work has been done by staff.
I still think it's relevant to inform the decision, because when it comes back, we're debating when we see this next is essentially what we're debating. So the EA process, if I recall from our previous discussion, was in November, when it comes back. Our staff have done some work in the last week. I'm just trying to surface that and see if that informs whether we want to engage with the work that they've done in the last week prior to November, or if we're comfortable with where we are. So I do think it informs a decision, but I understand your concerns around bringing it into the debate. But I do think that surfacing some of the work that has happened in between, whether that's substantive or not, I wasn't sure until I asked the question. So I'm going to allow a little bit more response, but we're not going to debate to whether what we're hearing is enough or not. But I do think that it is substantive to inform the decision. So that's my rationale, and I'll continue with Mr. Valniscus.
Thank you, and I'll be really quick. We are working with the proponent and have agreement to include an indemnification clause in the temporary use permit when it comes to the hazards. The daily charge has been updated as requested by council to 10,000 per day.
We'll leave it there if those are the things that were sort of front of mind. I just wanted to highlight that I want to understand what work had happened in the space between. I'll give you another opportunity, and I'll come back around to you as well, Councillor Stoner. I think that I appreciate the sort of the spirit of this, but I think that I would like to continue understanding what's possible through our process, our TUP process. We've heard some tidbits of some hints of what's happened in the last week, and I think that in supporting this motion, and we're essentially saying we don't want to engage with this again until November, and then at that point we don't have control over the timeline as to when this lands on our doorstep. So I think right now we'd be better served by advancing this work and continuing to learn, and whether that's enough to be supported ultimately for the decision is up to council. But I'm kicking this down the road. Like the next touch point being November on this just doesn't feel palatable to me, and I think we have more work to do than that. So I won't be supporting the motion for that reason. I'll just go around to see if anyone hasn't spoken yet, and I'll come back to you, Councillor Pettingill. Any other comments before I go back? Councillor Pettingill.
Yeah, I think the work done by staff in the last week misses the point of my resolution, which is I am seeking to understand where we can push. We've had, and I don't want to get into the debate, but discussion about much higher security deposits, and then, well, will the EAO override us and this and that and the other thing? The only thing, the best intel we can get on the EAO and provincial support for what we would want to do in the interest of our decision comes to see, I think, from understanding how the EAO reacts to our EAO certificate feedback and what conditions they support us on. And we don't get that opportunity if we move forward on a TUP in 2 weeks. And so we are basically making decisions based on proponent, but without any sort of insight into where the EAO and the proponent is, or the province is. And for me, that is a critical piece, because I think, and I believe we've had discussions about the proponent in this TUP being very insufficient in a number of mechanisms, and being fearful that the province might not stand behind us if we actually ask for what our community should have. And so again, understanding where the province is more clearly, we'll never have 100% certainty, but we can get a heck of a lot further than when we see how the EAO responds to what feedback we give, and what, we ask for some conditions, small ones around boat noise or something. Do they just ignore that and blow it off, or do they put something in there? I think those sorts of things are very informative, and I want that information to make a decision as part of my decision.
Thank you for that. I'm going to go to Councillor Stoner. Or you? Okay, go ahead, Councillor Hamilton.
A question of clarification, if staff have an answer to this. It's my understanding from Ms. Glenday's response that we have not been invited to give feedback explicitly as a council to the EAO. In light that we have not been invited to give feedback, is there any reason to believe that the EAO will be delivering us any feedback to our unsolicited feedback? Councillor, if you understand, Councillor Pettingill.
So the question is it common for other regulators to comment on our regulatory process?
On our comments on the EAO. I mean, my understanding is Councillor Pettingill would like to give the EAO feedback on the amendment for Flotel 2, which I think is perfectly reasonable. Then there's a further expectation that the EAO is going to respond to us in some way. Do I misunderstand your intent?
Yeah, for clarity, my expectation is that, as it always does, the EAO will take all the feedback, including councils, as councils sometimes provide, local governments. They will make a decision. They will choose to include or not include conditions based on the feedback they've had, and they will, in a letter to the minister, explain the rationale for conditions added and their decision. And so I'm not expecting a customized letter to us, but I'm expecting that information as the critical piece. And I looked through that from past EAO assessments to really inform my thinking.
Okay, thanks for that.
Councillor Stoner.
Just for that, the proponent is also required to respond to comments that are made through the EAO submission process.
Okay, Council. Just again, I think that my feeling is that I will be voting against this. I think it's important that we continue to work on the TUP and refine the ask and see if it's versus not touching it again till tools down till November, which is essentially what this motion would accomplish. So that's my so I won't be supporting.
Just a point of clarity, there's nothing in my motion that stops ongoing council discussion or work with the proponent. This is just that council waits to understand the EAO response before we make our decision. It does not mean tools down or ongoing work between staff and the proponent on a TP.
Okay. I see no other comments here. I'm going to call the question. All in favor? And opposed? So Councillor French, Anderson, Hamilton, Mayor Herford opposed. Motion fails. So I'll move the committee recommendation. Moved by Councillor French. Anyone want to make a comment here? I think we just debated an alternate to this, so but I'm seeing no other comments. Hold on one second. We've got 4 minutes to 11 where we need to do a unanimous vote to continue to do this work. So I want to get this over the line if I can, or we can need to deviate to do that vote, but go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to reiterate, and I didn't want to get into it, but there is significant information. I'm still receiving from multiple sources requests to see the dam hazard report. We have explicitly identified that as a reason for staff advice and so on, and the public has not been able to see that, understand our process. I have not seen that. I want to understand that. And so there are, I think, and that's not the only piece, but there are key pieces of information that I really want to understand. And so I'll just flag that.
Yep. Thank you. Go ahead.
I just want to echo what Councillor Pettengill said. I think that this information should be made public and that people should have their minds put at ease.
Yep. I would just want to acknowledge that there were a lot of questions posed at the last meeting, and I know that there's been some work underway to have those addressed. Whether that's satisfactory or not would be to the majority council will be a discussion at the next touch point on this. So I'd like to, and I'd like to surface those answers so that's why I've moved this and voted the way I did in the last item as well. So with that, I'll call the question. All in favor and opposed? Councillor Pettengill, Councillor Greenlaw opposed, motion carries. Thank you. The Councillor French.
Motion to extend beyond 11 o'clock.
I'll reluctantly second that. And just as a reminder to council, this needs to be a unanimous vote to be successful. So I will call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for that, for keeping us on side. We are now moving through. We've approved correspondence, committee, the advisory, blah, blah, blah. So just briefly, there's a notice of motion here. Well, this is just to a heads up that we'll be discussing this matter next week. And this is regarding the upper Finch development. And essentially, my feeling is that we just briefly, when we arrived at this decision, I don't think we were anticipating the amount of delay that would cause. And there's a path through that here that I'd like us to consider. We'll be doing that at the next meeting. So the next item is open question period. Any clarification related to agenda? Oh, sorry, what? Yeah, go ahead.
Just on this last, I'm curious why this isn't a motion to reconsider.
There's a window of opportunity to do so, and this did not fit that criteria. So I've worked with legislative services to find a way through this. So we'll at least be able to contemplate that. Councillor Stoner?
I'm similarly confused why it's a motion then to amend a motion that we can no longer reconsider.
This was where we arrived after some extensive discussion and research with legislative services. So we can discuss it more in next week, but there's not anything to do with it here.
Okay.
So, but it is also not a process that we've used prior not in my time here, but would you like to speak to it, Ms. Alboudin?
I can, I put together, I suspected this question might come up. So in Robert's Rules of Order, there is a section that allows for amending something previously adopted. It is very similar to reconsideration, but there are a few distinct differences. The one being that it isn't restricted to the 30 days as is included in our procedure bylaw around reconsideration, and its intent is to change a part or the entirety of a motion that has already been approved. And this can be done in any period of time. And how it works is this, it's by proposing a motion to amend a previous decision if the amendment passes the this works by proposing a motion to amend a previous decision. So it's changing one very specific portion of a motion that's already been approved. And if the amendment passes, the original motion is altered. So that's different from reconsideration. Reconsideration is intended to bring a matter back for further discussion and a new vote, essentially reevaluating the original decision. So there's reconsideration is putting the entire motion back on the floor, where amending something previously adopted is meant to is exactly how it sounds. It's an amendment to a very specific aspect of the motion. I hope that provided a little bit of clarity.
It does. I guess I'm just curious why it wouldn't just be a notice of motion for a new motion on this topic that provided further guidance. Anyways, yeah, that's fine.
We'll just, as there's not a decision on this piece now, I'd like to move on with the agenda, but we can connect offline with this and absolutely have those answers or those questions addressed more fulsomely at the next touch point. So we'll move on to open question period. If there's any clarification related to agenda items by anybody, going once, going twice. Councillor staff announcements. I'm going to hold mine this in the interest of time tonight, but I'll go to others.
Very quickly, Squamish has a new radio station, so I wanted to make sure everyone is aware of Vibe Radio at 97 or 99.7 on the FM dial. The station is owned by the Whistler FM owner, and their music format is current hit.
There we go. Okay. Any other updates? Okay. Seeing none, would like to, and we don't have any Councillor staff and camera announcements. Yes, Councillor Hamilton, can I help you?
Motion to terminate, please.
Sure, that's seconded by Councillor Stoner. No, she doesn't want any part of it. Councillor French seconds. All in favor? Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you, everybody. Good job tonight.